when you grab a hold of me. You tell me that I would never be set free. Well, I'm a parasite, mama, without a creeping, crawling, and slipping to the night. 2 pints of booze. Tell me, are you a bad bitch too? You a bad bitch too now? Ain't got no money to spend. I hope this night would never ever end. Yeah, Lord knows that I'm weak. Won't somebody get me off of this here reef? Well, baby, you're a big blue whale. Yes, I grabbed that reef when all the diving failed. Hydrofield cuts through my neighborhood.
Everybody, welcome to Fearlessly Authentic. I don't know if you guys were getting a double loop-de-loop thing with the music, but we were, so we had to jump out. We're coming back in, and I'm going to add Shelly in. Hi, Shelly.
Hey, y'all.
How are you?
Right. I'm 2 pages away from finishing my book.
You have to finish it after.
Damn it. It's so good.
Oh my gosh. So I was playing the intro song, and the whole thing was like double looping on our end. Does everything sound okay to everybody? So weird.
Yeah.
Goodness! Does she like recognize that I'm talking to her does she hear her name and be like, what is happening?
She's barking at something out the window.
Goodness!
And like we're on the opposite ends of your apartment right now. She's loud.
Oh my gosh, it's so funny.
Yeah. And it's a long apartment.
Oh, I feel like all like clustered and everything. I had to go to like the grocery store before the stream to get stuff to like, to get some food, and like came back and I'm like, and then like the food's ready like now, like as the show's starting. I'm like, oh my god, I just totally like am so like out of it. I'm like, oh whatever. Oh my gosh.
I'm going to mute this for a second and close my curtains because I think that's what's going on.
Oh no, Lady Alex, that's awful. The kids are getting jabbed. It's just freaking.
Straight fucking monsters.
It's awful. It's absolutely awful. Let's see. Who do we got in here tonight? Huh? Who's here? Let's do a roll call. We got Popeye. And we got Cirrus. And Lady Alex.
Okay, maybe she'll be quiet now. Famous last words.
All right, the bird was going crazy right before the stream too.
Oh my god.
You know, it's just that time of night. It's it's like the witching hour. You know what I mean? Like sunset and sun up. I swear.
Yeah, it's like a weird atmosphere in the air.
Are you noticing people wearing masks less or more? What's happening with you with the masks? I feel like I'm noticing less masks.
I don't know, same amount. Not many people were wearing masks to begin with around here.
Oh, that's good. Oh my god!
Like,
see,
at the very height of it, it might have been like not even half.
can you see if like she can check the bird's water like I asked, please?
She just did.
I didn't see her change it.
Yeah. When she came down to get before she got pizza, she killed the bird.
Oh man, Lady Alex said my organic gummy bears are up by $3.
Goddamn.
That's crazy. I know everything is so expensive. Like I go to the store and I'm like, oh my gosh. I'm like, all this stuff is so expensive. It's so expensive. Like I don't want to buy it because it's so expensive. It is necessities, you know, like you go and it's like I just spent $100 the other day at this grocery store, but I didn't get everything I needed, you know, and it's like, oh my gosh. And it's a couple bags and it's like, oh, there's, you know, $80 worth of groceries. I don't know what this whole 10% inflation is because things are up. Like I would say almost everything is like doubled in price.
Yeah. I usually get organic beef, like a pound of organic beef, and it's always been $5 for me and it's gone up like $2 or $3. So it's almost double.
Trish needs to get some kind of screen for her window. We're gonna try to figure out a screen for Trish's window.
Did she ever find out what flew into her window last night? Is it still there?
I don't know. Trish, give us a bug update. I know that I think Gamer asked her earlier in another chat, and I saw it like him ask, but I didn't like see the response. Oh my gosh!
Hilarious.
And hi, Kim. Oh, V.S. Adams is picking berries. If anyone needs you, I need some berries. I wish we lived closer.
I gotta see if I can find some like berry brambles around here. There's gotta be some out in the middle of the woods.
Yeah. I'm sure there's blueberries and stuff out there.
Oh god, yeah.
Raspberry.
Yeah, my favorite things are
Oh my god.
fresh blackberries right off the bush. And strawberries. The little mini strawberries, wild ones.
I don't know if there's any local strawberries. Like I have a very small, like little thing of strawberries, like a little, like it's like one plant with a couple of shoots. That's all that came back this year. But I have that. Skyla has a raspberry bush that she planted. This is like I would say like third year.
Second year.
No, it's our second year with us. It was already a year old when we got it. So it's it's a third year plant. But this year it grew back like. Holy crap, like, and of course when she planted it, it was like in the middle of the front garden. All right, I can't do this with the bird. I really can't.
Is it producing any berries?
It's going to.
Yeah, it's
This year?
Last year it did.
It had a couple last year. It wasn't a lot. Like, like the first The second year, you don't really get as much, but this year, yeah.
So it should be its first year with a full
amount of flour.
harvest or whatever you want to call it. Last year,
2 pounds a day. I want that strawberry patch. Oh my god! I eat organic strawberries and my organic yogurt with my organic granola every day. Like that's my breakfast.
I used to go strawberry picking as a kid with my mom at it was just a strawberry farm.
Ooh.
But it was local, so it was we knew the family. But yeah, those were the best strawberries. And my mom would make me strawberry shortcake.
Oh my god, I love strawberry shortcake.
Because my birthday's in the beginning of June. So yeah, and it was always fresh strawberries and stuff.
Yeah, my birthday's coming up in July.
Oh shit.
On the very last day of July. Little. We love our little Ewok. Little Ewok. I'm trying to see who else is in here. Peaches needs a wrench. I don't know about that.
No. Peaches is already loud enough. He just doesn't need a wrench.
Yeah, then Peaches would just mute everybody and
right. Kick everybody out.
He'd be like, "Get out of here, bitches!
This is my show now."
Oh, she said it was a large fly. Lady Alex said New York City mosquitoes are serious. Your rats are too. I lived in New York when I was a kid for a little while on Governor's Island, and the rats there, like, oh my god, you don't realize, like, you think like people are being funny about it, yeah, until you like see them in the subway, and you're like, oh, I can't eat. I can't do that right now, Steve.
They're like the size of a chihuahua, sometimes bigger.
They are. Some of them, like, if you chopped off Leo's legs and made it, yeah, that's.
You need to dress him as a rat for Halloween.
Right.
Oh my god. I have a unicorn. I think I have a narwhal costume for him that he hasn't used yet.
It's cute.
Anthony! Oh my god, Peaches is a jerk.
Peaches, settle down, huh?
Oh my god, I might have to go in there and do something because Steve's not. He's like, I'm not doing anything. Like, I'll talk to you.
I think it's clear who's in charge of the bird.
I don't hear it.
I think it's food because he knows that you made some food in here and you didn't give him anything.
Give me a bunch of crap about it. I made you some. You didn't want it.
I can't. Oh my god. I'm gonna give him some broccoli. And strawberry.
Oh, yeah.
Exactly, Guinness. Tell him.
I hope they're not both jerks the whole entire time. You assholes.
Clearly, they're just trying to ruin the continuity of the show.
Yeah, apparently.
All right, well. Now he has some broccoli and a strawberry. And he has fresh water. If it's not the problem, then I don't know. Like, I don't know.
I got so sucked into my book that my dog got jealous of my book. She's so pathetic.
That is so funny. She's like, "What are you doing?"
You know, she was all cuddly last night.
Oh,
Yeah.
She's like, look at me, mom. Look at me, mom.
She was like overly affectionate. I'm like, you're seriously? And then as soon as like I touched my book, she like side-eyed me and gave me a dirty look.
Mhm.
Like I can read her mind. She's so expressive.
that is so funny.
She's hilarious.
All right, I'm trying to find the original article. La, 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 la. Here is one of them. Okay, so do you remember Steve Simon that we all talked about and we saw in the chat? Yeah, so he put up a
collectively stalking a dude.
yeah, we collectively stalked this guy. You know, it's okay because all right, so he had put up on his Twitter because we follow each other. It's a mutual stalking now. Okay, it's a mutual. He had put something up just asking the question like, why is the IRS buying ammo and stocking ammo? And I'm like, what? I'm like, what? Give me a link to that. Like, really, is that a real thing? Like, you know, like the IRS. Why would the tax man need ammo? Like, really? You know? And I was kind of like, all right. And the article that he sent me was, I forget which one it was. I found this one through that one and a bunch of other stuff in my rabbit hole, from the articles. But I'm like, why would the IRS need ammo? Like, that's a weird thing, right? Does that seem weird to you guys? Why would our government? I mean, what are they going to do? Come and knock on your door and say, pay your taxes? We have a gun?
Mm-hmm.
Well, Social Security and I think the IRS too did this like, oh my God, almost a decade ago at least, I think.
It has been happening for a while.
Yeah, and I think Homeland Security was stocking up around the same time too. I think it started after Obama passed the NDAA, but it could have been right before that too. But I think it was around that time.
I want to say it was exactly around that time of when they when Obama passed the fucking what was I going to say? When the Patriot Act happened, and then it was like additional stuff that they added to that.
Yeah, the NDAA.
Yes.
Mm-hmm.
National Defense blah 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 thing.
Yep.
But I mean, why does Social Security
To take away all your rights and surveil you harder?
and IRS? How dare they? Okay, in the middle of trying to take everything away from the citizens, they're doing this.
Well, you know, back then I was like, okay, you know, society's gonna collapse, and then they're gonna like shut down Social Security, have a bunch of people come into their places, right?
Yeah.
Now it's starting to make even more sense with all of the vaccines.
Long term. It's a long term thing.
All of the you know, drug injuries recently.
Yeah.
And
Be careful as we are on YouTube.
myself.
Mm-hmm.
But you know, we're gonna have a whole country and a whole world full of people that are getting chronically sick, and they're going to be pounded down doors of Social Security, but they're not going to have the money.
Right.
So they're going to have to defend themselves. And then you got the IRS, and that's like that $600 thing was PayPal, you know, all these digital accounts getting shut down because of your political views. So now the IRS thing starts making a little bit more sense to me now too. And I haven't thought about this in years, and you brought this up to me. I was like, wait a minute, it all makes sense. But no,
it's been something that people are aware. A lot of people are aware of that it was happening. I wasn't aware that it was really happening. I wasn't paying attention to them buying. Yeah, like Steve just said, frog in the boiling pot of water. You know, it's like they have long-term goals. They have for, you know, like they have for a while. They have been doing this kind of thing. So one of the articles that I did find was this one. This isn't the one that was sent over to me, but Miami Standard, and it's crazy because you're not probably going to hear about this a lot on the, you know, on the left news, more like on the right with like Fox and other networks like that. That's more where I kind of like was seeing information about this. And it's like, to me, I think that it's really important to pay attention to what the people that you might not politically align with are saying and what is going on in their sphere too, because we are having like such division that this isn't going to be likely spoken about on both sides of the coin. And you know, because I'm like in the middle, you know, I'm nonpartisan. Okay, I don't like any of them. So the IRS is buying up ammo while the government intends to make it harder for citizens to acquire. And this is from June 19th, 2022. So this was just a few days ago. So it was, according to a reporter at Breitbart, the International Revenue Service, IRS, has spent hundreds of thousands of dollars buying ammunition, raising concern about why government agency is buying ammunition and the administration plans to restrict further in the coming months. It's like, wait a minute, what? And then when you start to follow this article, and it sucks you in. So on Saturday, Matt Gaetz, which I'm not a fan of Matt Gaetz, told the IRS that the IRS spent approximately $700,000 between March and June 1st purchasing ammunition. Seems like a whole lot, right? With the climate of what's happening and what they're trying to do to us and limit the amount of weapons and everything else and all the infiltration that you're seeing with all of the ammo and how there's a shortage. And so Gates called the IRS accusation. Oh my God. Oh my God. Why can't I say the word? Acquisition of the ammo bazaar. He said that the concern is that it's part of a broader effort to have any entity in the federal government buy up ammo to reduce the amount of ammo that is in supply, while at the same time making it harder to produce ammo. The congressman went on to propose the potential scenario where federal agencies are buying up ammunition and putting citizens in a situation where they cannot exercise their Second Amendment rights due to the inability to get ammunition. Okay,
hold up. So, you know how, Guinness, knock it off. God damn it. Sorry about that. Like, she was so quiet until I started talking. You know how you're just past that gun package. It's now this bill isn't in it, but they're trying to pass it. Is the tax on ammunition per bullet, and it would be the first in the country. And you know how what happens in New York goes through the whole country, like this last gun thing. If they pass that in New York State, I bet you the federal government will start putting taxes on all ammunition. So it'd be even harder to get because there's that financial burden there and nobody's going to have any fucking money.
Yeah. So where was I? So he expressed concern that the government intended to reduce ammunition production and on the other hand soaks up the supply of it if it is something he feels is a direct violation of the rights of Americans. And then according to the documents on usaspending.gov, the IRS ammunition purchases range from $3,201 worth of ammo at one time to $92,000 worth of ammo at one time. The purchases were spread out over several months, according to the documents, which are publicly available. And I have these other, I pulled up actually that information. Where did I put that one? To show you guys what like the actual amounts of their spending.
Yeah, they make the smaller purchases and spread it out so people don't notice that the IRS is buying a fuck ton of ammo.
A lot. Like it's not.
Like, a fuck ton.
I mean, it's weird that they're buying ammo already, right? But then on top of it,
I mean, okay, I can see if like maybe they provide, firearms and bullets for IRS security. I can see that, but not nearly as much as they're buying now.
So here you can see it's the IRS right here at the top, the awarding agency and the recipient, which is Vista Outdoor Sales Incorporated. And this is for 2022. And I will put the links in there if you want to check this out. I hope everybody will, you don't do your own research. I'm not an expert on this, but this is what I'm finding. And it's very coincidental with everything else happening that I feel like it's really important to cover. So going down. So this is from 3/10 of 22, and it goes to the end date 3/9 of 2023. $92,000. That's their total award amount that they are going to buy. Now this is all. Let me see. It kind of jumps. I don't know why it does that. Like with the.
But that's only going for that time period. Who knows? Like.
No, well, look at all these other dates. That's just the beginning.
It's not like bullets expire fast or anything. If they're stored correctly, then they can last a long time. So that's probably on top of the stockpile they already have.
And look, it tells you right over here on the right-hand side. Look what it is for. It's all duty ammunition.
That's way more than they need for security if they do provide firearms and bullets for security. Because they're almost never going to be firing their firearms for regular office duties, office security duties. They don't need that much ammunition.
And this is for the IRS.
Yeah.
This isn't for like the military. This isn't for the police. This is for the Department of Treasury, guys.
It's something's going down, and they've been planning it for years.
So, and if you look at the dates, like I don't know why these are. All right, let me see if I can fix this. Does this change that? Yeah. Okay. So the 2022 ones. These are all 2022s. All of these. So, let's see. So, from right here and down, it goes 4,000, 9,000, 10,000, another 10,000. Like, and the date is the same. You see, this is 3/1/2022 to 2/28/2023, and it's $10,000 twice. The same. Why wouldn't they just? And then 3/8.
So nobody sees purchases above a certain amount for each, but I don't think they're counting on people to actually look through everything.
Well, look at this number: 92,000 on 3/10, and then another on 3/10, 29,000. Another on 3/10, 25,000.
And they're all for the same place, right?
This is all the IRS.
Well, no, are they all orders from the same manufacturer, or are they?
Yeah, this is Vista Outdoor Sales right here.
Oh, shit.
All the same person. Yeah.
I have a hard time seeing the screen, so.
Oh, okay. Yeah.
What
What do you want me to do, Steve? I'm in the middle of doing this.
Yeah, so like that's definitely so it doesn't. There's probably like a limit where like once it hits that maximum amount, it triggers like an alarm for purchases. So it's probably like under like say $10,500 is like the max, and then if you go above that, it triggers an alarm. So like, if that does that make any sense to you?
Yeah, I mean, but one of them is a $90,000, $92,000. I don't know why they do it in the way that they do it, but I mean, like, this is insane. Like, this is one of the most recent ones. I clicked on it. What are you doing, Steve?
Just exploded. Just died in the bathroom is what I said to you.
Oh, it exploded?
Well, it froze up while I was watching a video. It just like freaked out, and now. Yeah.
Great. So this, I guess they start at a certain point and they have an end date. So it's the potential award amount. I don't know exactly. Is your battery all big and blue? All puffy? Yeah, you can't put that battery back in there then. Like you can't do that. Don't put that battery back in there. I think your battery's bad. Don't squish the battery, Steve. Nothing. Don't do anything with any of it. I can't help you with this. It's very distracting. So this is for duty ammunition. How much ammunition are they firing on the job at the IRS?
Exactly.
So going back to the other site, where the article is, let me pull that one up. There we go. Okay, so it says, according to the Government Accountability Office, the ammunition breakdown at the time. So it's like 3 million pistol and revolver rounds, 1 million rifle, 367,000 estimated shotgun, and 56,000 fully automatic firearms.
You know, the ones that we're not allowed to have.
Yeah.
That's not concerning.
No, of course not. Not for the IRS, because the IRS, you always think of them carrying, right? So it's interesting that and more interesting is that the IRS does not follow any regulations concerning the issuance, use, and accountability of the agency's staff carrying such weapons. This starkly contradicts the recent push of gun control laws nationwide, including more heavily regulated training and liability. So, on top of the fact that, you know, they're buying up all these weapons and all this ammo, and there's receipts for it, and it's insane, and they don't have to follow the regulations.
You know, I almost think HHS was one of the agencies that was buying up ammunition too, a long time ago.
Yeah, I think there's a few of them.
Oh yeah, there's all kinds of federal agencies buying up ammo. All of them. Social Security is buying up ammo.
Yep.
You know, like these aren't necessarily places that you would think of that would need ammo, and especially in that quantity, that amount. That's a lot.
Well, I think they've been planning like a mass like health crisis in this country. Think about it.
I have been. It's crazy. So, according to reports from the Treasury Inspector General for Tax Administration, TIGTA, the IRS has repeatedly failed to ensure that procedures relating to firearms are properly followed. Imagine that one. There is no national level review of firearms training records to ensure that all special agents meet the qualification requirements, according to the report. Furthermore, the report states that the IRS's failure to conduct proper internal oversight of its weapons could have serious consequences for the public. Oh, imagine that. As noted by the Inspector General at the time, if there is insufficient oversight, special agents in possession of firearms who are not properly trained and qualified could endanger other special agents in the public. Like, duh. A TIGTA report found that special agents in the IRS Criminal Investigation Division, the IRS CI, accidentally fired their weapons more often than they intentionally fired them. So yes, they accidentally fired their weapons more often than they intentionally fired them. But, you know, they could possibly endanger other people. You know, it's possible.
But not enough to need that much fucking ammunition.
We don't need any oversight.
Not even close.
No, that's a reason for them to have less ammunition if they are accidentally firing off the weapon.
And you know, they don't really say what kind of ammunition it is. They say what type of, like, what size the bullet is, but they don't say whether or not it's like a metal jacket or if it's a hollow point. Or I'm confusing terms right now.
Yeah.
Yeah. Well, a regular bullet. And hollow point, and I almost think at least some of them are hollow point.
Oh yeah, I'm pretty sure that came up in my scan.
Yeah.
So and then
it says ones.
It says additionally, the IRS has come under scrutiny in the past for the harsh tactics it used to enforce tax code, including incidences involving armed agents. With the agency requesting tens of billions in new funding, it's not hard to see how the abuses could return. A 1998 article by Washington Post noted that many small business owners were harassed by the IRS only for the agency to find no evidence of wrongdoing. What? So I want to see what you guys are thinking about this.
Yeah, apologies for my bullets. It's been a while since I've talked about anything like that. And it can't find my gun book. Damn it.
What, Steve?
So it's $12.75 for a new battery.
Okay.
My phone.
Oh my god. Let's see. Yeah, it was originally on Breitbart. There was a story originally on Breitbart. Yes, and there's all the article, like the links from the article are all in there.
Well, look at like the expanding list of possible terrorists in this country that Homeland Security keeps adding to.
Mm-hmm.
Pretty soon it's going to be like every single citizen is going to be like suspected of something. So of course they need all those bullets.
And I want to know, where are they? Where are this storage of? I mean, obviously they probably don't release that information. But like, where are all these bullets? Where are these guns? How do we know that they're safe, and how do we know that they're there? Who's keeping track of this?
Probably at armories, maybe nearby armories.
Sure, your local armory.
Yeah.
Don't touch those bullets. That's for the IRS, okay? These are for your pro-heebs. These are for your IRS. This is for your postman. Let's not mix them up, okay?
He did not appease the peaches. He didn't. No.
What?
Stever did not.
Nothing to do with.
Yeah, he'll tell you. He had nothing to do with that. That was me. Do you hear Guinness? No, Steve, you're not allowed to have those. Yes, no, you can't. Because they're so loud. No, you won't. Oh, my God.
Dog wants me to play with her.
Yeah, I think that they're waiting for. Hi, Rob. I was about to click on something and it moved on me. Yeah, somebody said I think they're planning for the big new pandemic that's coming. Yeah, and Cirrus is right. Counting wholesale price, that buys a lot more bullets than, like, who
Yeah.
knows what the government is getting their prices at. I mean, if you have the government buying that many contracts from you, how much is that? How do they determine that part?
Well, shit, maybe it's all just a trafficking scheme, like all these weapons being sent over to certain places and actually being illegally trafficked otherwhere. Like, iron capture and shit. Maybe that's what's really going on. Who knows? Maybe it's everything.
Trying to pull up see what I have. A couple articles. Which one is this one? Okay, so I have found another one that's from 2019. Like, I honestly didn't realize how long they've been doing this, and like how just Forbes had an article about how they're buying all the weapons and everything up.
Yes, it's crazy.
So the IRS has 4,500 guns and 5 million rounds of ammunition. Paying taxes? That's their question. That's their headline of their article.
Yeah, and then they say, "Oh my God, we have such a shortage and we can't get through all this stuff, and we need all this extra money to hire more people to do audits and shit." And then they go by spending all this money on, ammunition.
And this article is from 2019. It's January 14th of 2019. So this has been around for a minute,
Yeah.
So the IRS has a very hard job to do, especially now. But you might wonder about the IRS's inventory of weapons. An official report says at the end of I might just wonder about their inventory. An official report says at the end of the 2017 tax agency had 4,487 guns and 5 million rounds of ammunition in its weapon inventory.
They have a lot of money coming in. They got to protect that money. You can't just let those taxes just lay around and expect nobody's going to take them. Got to put pistols in their hands, keep them armed and ready.
Yeah.
Right, Guinness? Come on, back me up.
So says this report published by the Government Accountability Office. The IRS isn't the only agency with guns, of course. Many federal agencies are reviewed and assessed. And the GAO, Government Accountability Office study, with this not exactly page-turning title, purchases and inventory controls of firearms, ammunition, and tactical equipment. So I have that too. The GAO report, the study that they're talking about. It was also noted that the influential tax professional blog, some of the guns in the IRS are not for the faint of heart, including a few fully automatic guns, of course. Yes, those are machine guns. It says that in the article. It says, yes, those are machine guns. Like, thank you for verifying. Fully automatic means yes, that's a machine gun. Only the Criminal Investigation Department of the IRS gets to carry guns, compared to seeing gun-toting IRS agents at your door. A correspondence audit does not sound so bad. Yeah, because like everybody's like, well, at least if I have to deal with the IRS, at least it's not one of the gun-toters, right?
Yeah.
Like, that's how I always like refer, I'm like, yeah, at least it wasn't a gun tote. Like, at least they didn't have a gun on their head.
It wasn't ICE. Oh, wait, ICE has all the guns. Oh, at least it wasn't the Social Security.
Oh, wait, they have stockpile of guns too.
Everybody has guns. We're going to need a bigger gun.
So one audit report from the Treasury Inspector General for Tax Administration covering 2009 to 2011 said that the IRS agents accidentally discharged their guns 11 times during that time. This may not be perfect safety record. That may not be a perfect safety record. Really? Like, really? It may not be a perfect safety. Duh.
It's like we shot more IRS agents than anybody else. So you might need some training. I'm just saying, if you guys are arming yourself to protect yourself.
They literally say that. Like, I'm like reading this article again. Like, I've read this earlier, you know, like I want to make sure I skimmed through and made sure I read it.
How many times do you have to read that sentence before?
But I'm like,
the gist is the thing that it's like, it's elusive. It's like, okay, so you guys have all this huge budget to buy a bunch of weapons, and you buy a bunch of weapons, and you keep a bunch of weapons, and all these different agencies have bunch of different weapons, but your safety is not.
They don't have a perfect safety record. It's okay. It's casual. It's cash.
It's kind of low ball on the safety level. Like, we've shot more of each other than we have of actual people trying to steal from us.
Like, what the hell? How do you even like put that in there and be serious? Like. And I'm like, I don't want to spoil my reaction to this, to these articles. And I would like some of it I read. I'm like, Steve, I'm like, really? I'm like, I'm reading it and I go, Steve, I have to read this to you. Like, I have to tell you this right now. This is really like somebody wrote that. Like,
am I interpreting this right?
Yeah. Like, I'm like, are you kidding me? Does it really say that?
Did I get a preposition in the wrong place? What is happening here?
I'm like, wow.
Is someone punking me right now?
You know, right? Like, no one sent me these articles. I found them myself. Like, you know, like I went down my own rabbit hole and found this stuff. So, yeah. So it says they may not be perfect safety record, although given the size of the IRS, it doesn't sound too bad.
It's not bad for the IRS.
It doesn't sound too bad. Like, it literally, this line right here is just, how do you write that? It may not be a perfect safety record, although given the size of the IRS, it doesn't sound too bad.
Considering the size of the IRS, we've only shot a handful of people. That's fine.
It then goes into the saying, interestingly, like as if that part wasn't interesting, like as if like that wasn't that
interestingly
was. Maybe that's why they have a short staff.
Okay,
to keep on shooting each other.
I know.
It's all internal affairs. It's like, what the fuck is going on? Stop
go,
buying guns, would you guys please? Just for a minute.
Go calm down the bird. So interestingly, you know, like that's the next word that comes after that line, like as if that it's not interesting that, you know.
You're a little hot on the old. We are way up close to the mic.
Okay. Interesting. The old TIGTA report. The old report also says that the IRS agents fired their guns accidentally more times than they did intentionally. Really? That's more interesting? Okay. Some of the misfires cause property damage or personal injury. Like, it's just casual. It's okay.
It's fine.
Like, this is a real, like, somebody really, can you imagine trying to, like, spin this and being like, yeah, I mean, there was, like, some misfires that caused
some Bob got shot, but it was fine. We all had lunch after. It was great. Don't worry about it.
It was a personal injury, but it wasn't, like, you know.
There's no way you can spin that and make it sound good.
It's like everything was fine until we took that, sojourn down to the gun, the shooting range, and Bob shot 11 people. But I mean, we're all on the same team. To be fair, I mean, it wasn't like we shot civilians or anything with these weapons.
It was so hard to get through this earlier. I'm like, oh my gosh, I don't even want to read it because this is going to be a really like freaking ridiculous article to read. I'm like, I want fresh reaction. I want fresh reaction for the stream. Like, this is so ridiculous.
And it's Forbes of all places.
I know. Like, what the hell?
Not Babylon.
It's not the Onion.
It's not even the Onion.
And this is years ago before it was like this bad. Like, I think in the last few years, like, it's gotten pretty bad.
Was fucking freak show.
Yeah, this is 2019. This is before 2020, guys. This is before stuff. This is really
pre-event 201. I mean, let's go.
I know.
Back when the good times were happening.
So a few defendants in criminal tax cases have tried to suppress evidence based on the IRS carrying guns in the United States versus Adams. The First Circuit Court of Appeals affirmed Charles Adams' conviction for conspiracy to defraud the United States by obstructing payroll, tax collections, and tax evasion. Oh my God.
What?
I don't know.
Leo.
Oh my God.
Peaches. Leo, tell that bird to shut up. Whatever your name is. Sound like my mom. My mom would be like, we only had 3 kids in the house, but she'd be like, Tom. None of us were named Tom, but it was just easier to say Tom. Tom boy, Tom girl, come here. I always find I when I'm yelling for a child, I usually say the wrong name first. It's just a thing. I think it's natural. Either that, it's the weed.
It's weed.
Yeah, well, natural, like I said.
Yeah, true.
So, sorry about that.
Gamer.
So, Mr. Adams was convinced, despite his argument that IRS was carrying guns was not allowed by law. Mr. Adams was essentially treated as a tax protester.
Wait. Let me get the name right. Is it Mr. Abs? Does he have like tremendous like
Adams, like Adams, like Adams.
Oh,
family.
like V.S. Adams.
Yes.
Okay. All right.
Not necessarily related. Okay.
All right, fine. Maybe they don't grow beans together. I don't know. I'm just saying that I wasn't sure on the pronunciation. All right. Thank you.
Are you not looking at the article?
I wasn't reading at all. I was staring off into the distance.
Yeah.
Vaguely, fondly remembering the time before I knew about the WEF and all the horrible things. Back in the good old days.
Before.
The before time.
When your brain was still in some shit lib?
Yes, when I was still a blissful shit lib.
I know, we weren't shit libs.
Remember that. Good times.
I don't think I was ever a blissful.
No.
Back when we thought voting for Obama might actually do something.
Yeah,
That's-
like there was
a
okay. And I think
precious time.
everybody had their
Innocence.
everybody had their time. Okay,
Yeah.
some
Some of us at different
some
times.
of us were never in that
Yeah.
time.
Some of us figured that shit out when Nixon was fucking president.
Okay,
you know?
so anyway, Mr. Adams was convicted despite his argument that the IRS agents carrying guns was not allowed by law. Mr. Adams was essentially treated as a tax protester. What the fuck is a tax protester? I want to be a tax protester, which is clearly a pejorative term.
Yeah.
So he isn't the first taxpayer to be unhappy about the IRS having weapons. In fact, an IRS business card can cause more heart palpitations than the CIA, FBI, Department of Justice. You don't need to see a firearm to get weak in the knees.
Sorry, but it
Weak in the
static
knees.
card. I'm so sorry. Or the FBI.
Yeah.
How about I don't want to see any of the 3-letter agencies?
Yeah, but I don't. I'd be least worried about the IRS. Like,
Are you sure?
They seem like
After
the most
what you just
innocuous
heard?
group.
Are you sure?
I mean, before. I mean,
Yeah, I know it's crazy.
Back in the before time.
Before
I
times,
before.
like in our innocent,
let's all just go back there for a moment.
in
shall
our
we?
innocent times.
Do you guys remember that episode of Roseanne where they pay their taxes? They have to do their taxes.
Yes.
I think I do.
And like every time they say the IRS, it goes dun dun dun.
Yes.
Exactly.
I was on the phone with. Oh my god, I was on the phone with the IRS today. I've been trying to figure out this whole my dad's taxes thing, like, and I'm not gonna get into that, but like I was on the phone with them today, and like I'm like, oh my gosh. I'm like, and I'm researching about them, and I'm like, oh my god, I'm like, I want to ask them so bad. I'm like, I'm on the phone, and I know that this lady that I'm talking to doesn't, you know, I'm pretty sure she's not she's not in the criminal investigation division, you know. But I'm just like,
she's probably not packing a 357, is what you're saying.
Yeah, no, probably not. Who knows? Who
She
knows?
might have a
But
Desert
I really
Eagle. I
wanted
don't
to
know.
ask
I
her,
mean, she
like,
seemed
do you
a
know
nice
that your
lady.
colleagues carry weapons? Like, do you do you work at office? Like, do you like? I really wanted to like ask her all these things, and I'm like,
Are you at the gun range right now?
not while I'm giving her my social and everything else.
Ever shoot a 50
you
cal?
know, like I don't want to do that. So like, I don't need to be marked red flagged right there. I'm probably already red flagged.
I know. I just want to be like, hey, operator, have you ever shot a 50 cal? I mean, what kind of guns do they give you?
I mean, that's just
That'd be fun to just call
that's
them
just
up and
the
ask them.
inquisitive in me, you know. I'm just like, I want to know. I want to talk to somebody in that not the FBI. I'm reading the thing that says FBI in the you know the IRS. That I want to talk to somebody. Like, do you guys? How does that work?
Well, you know, like most of those workers don't know anything about this shit.
Yeah, but I wonder. I almost asked her, like, do you know that? You know what I mean? You guys are buying weapons.
You know, you guys could have all the weapons and ammo you want. All you got to do is ask your boss.
No, that's not necessarily true.
I think it'd be fun just to call them up and talk about random stuff like
yeah,
that.
just
Like, you guys, what kind of guns do you guys got? You know, and just,
Do it from a burner phone, though.
yeah, well, absolutely.
the lady told me today
The
that
VPN fully in place.
the lady told me today that I made her day though, and we were laughing and everything by the end of the call. So it was a really good thing.
So-
At least I made the IRS lady's day.
You did.
And
She said so.
She did.
She said as much. She said, you made my day because it made her laugh before she got off the phone. And I'm thinking, all right, well, there's one IRS agent we don't have to worry about going on a shooting spree. So it's a
She won't come after me.
productive day.
Maybe she won't have a bad the rest of her day. You know,
You might have saved some lives today.
it could be.
Not all heroes wear capes, man.
Not all heroes wear capes or know that they're being heroes.
Man.
It's crazy. I hate being on the phone, especially with like customer service or like with an agency or anything like that. But
Oh, I hate it too.
the times that I'm on the phone, usually I would say like 99% of the time I end up like laughing with that person on the phone and having complete understanding. And I know that it's not your fault that there's an hour wait for a phone, you know what I mean?
Yeah.
And I usually end up having because honestly they're just doing the same type of thing, you know what I mean? Like it's not their fault. It's not their fault that there's shortages and that there's nobody there to answer the phones, and so I always try to make a point of it to make to make their day somehow, make them laugh, something, at least relieve some of that that pressure that's on them.
Lucky is the lube that goes between you and your public servant or corporation operative.
No, I'm not.
No, she will fluff your operator and put them in such a good mood that you'll have no problems. You'll get whatever you'll be able to pay that. You'll be able to pay that light bill immediately. They'll accept credit terms. I mean, all sorts of things. I've gotten like 7 new cars out of the deal. It's fantastic.
That's not true at all.
I'm just kidding.
That would be awesome.
I'm just kidding. I'm training her though. She's getting good. Okay, people. Eventually.
You're training me.
Mhm.
Yeah. Okay.
You're
Because
the
I'm
chief.
the one who's on the phone. all this-
That's right. Welcome to Steve's phone bank. Can I take your order?
Yeah, Steve that has a phone that's like blowing up now.
My phone is dead, so don't try to call me anybody.
Yeah, don't try to get a hold of
It's
Steve.
literally.
It has no battery in it.
It
His
has,
battery blew up on his phone. How does that even happen?
I don't know. It was talking to an IRS agent.
It was not. Don't
Somehow.
even make up lies. That was on my phone.
It started expanding.
See, I was nice to them.
It was frustrating.
So my phone is fine. Steve has a thing with phones. Okay, he has an issue with phones, but that's
my phone prior to this one, if you guys must know, I had for like a good 11 years.
Oh my God.
It had
Guys,
like
when I found
packing tape over the front of it because it had broken a couple times. And
yeah, he called it
and the
safety
screen,
tape.
well, it's safety tape because it saves your fingers from getting cut from the glass.
Yeah, that's what he called it though. It was the safety
But the phone still worked, okay? And I mean, it worked. It still had music on it. I could use it as an MP3 player.
Go find
in the
that
car.
phone,
I mean,
Steve. You'll appreciate that.
I'm gonna
phone.
go plug it back in a second because this is really disappointing.
Well,
Unless anybody has a let's see, a what is it called? An EBBG530 CBU rechargeable lithium battery made by Samsung.
I knew it
And
was Samsung. What did I say?
Because they suck.
It's an exploding phone. I knew it was Samsung.
Yep. And it's ironic because the phone that I had
But I've
before the
always
phone that I had for a
had
fucking decade
those.
was a Samsung.
The one I have now is a Nokia. This one's a Nokia.
I miss my Nokia brick phone.
I want to
still
say
have
hi to the.
It's not usable because it's analog.
I want to say hi to the people that have just come in and welcome them. Hello, new people that I didn't say hi to before.
Human Love Solidarity is in here with us. Oh
LA
my God.
comedians.
Lady Alex said, imagine how many nefarious things the U.S. is doing that we will never know about.
Oh man, it's enough to blow up your battery.
None of us know anything.
Enough to blow up your battery. I think that you probably left your phone plugged in too long when it was charging or something.
Yeah, it definitely has something to do with the maybe Snork could get to the bottom of this. Hi, Snork. He knows about
Steve's
lithium
just
ion.
assigning tasks.
I mean, if I'm going to ask anybody in the chat about lithium ion batteries, I think it's going to be Snork. Okay, I'm just saying. But it says here charge volt 4.35 volts or 2,600 milliamps. Now I know for a fact that's not the charger I was using. So you're probably right.
Mystery solved.
Mystery solved.
Oh,
Thanks anyway,
God.
Snork. I got it.
Still, it's a Samsung battery.
It is. I think that's fundamentally what we need to the point we need to drive home.
Yeah.
That and stop arming the IRS agents. God damn it.
Yeah.
I mean, as if it's not scary enough, to have to deal with the IRS.
Yeah,
Like, because they can totally fuck you over. Like, I was on the phone yesterday with a guy, and he was no help at all. Like, no help. And he's like, yeah, my supervisor will call you within 24 hours. Because I was like, oh, I need to talk to a supervisor then. Because he could not get past certain things. And I'm like, all right, well, I think we need help. You know what I mean? Like, at some point, you're like, okay, can you have they never got in touch with me, so I called them again, and we ended up getting everything worked out today, I think. So, but yeah, I'm like, oh my gosh, I'm thinking on the phone, I'm like, yeah, this guy could totally just probably hit a button and red flag me. Like, yeah, she's annoying. I don't like her.
Annoying. Stop her.
Yeah, this is probably above his pay grade.
Probably
Slightly.
but it feels like someone might have that power. Someone might have that power.
Definitely someone does, but yeah, it's above that guy's pay grade. Trust me.
You never know. Maybe he was filling in.
Oh,
Maybe somebody they discharged their weapons too much. So, maybe there was a cat. Maybe there was a non-life threatening injury that prevented the person that's supposed to do the job. Now we're just really going conspiracy theories. Okay.
good.
So where was I?
You paid $5,300 on a 1K debt, but paid them $50 a month for years. That I suck at math. I think that's bad.
So that was probably a civil IRS agent that I was on the phone with, not the criminal IRS agent, because it's not a criminal thing.
Yeah, they got shitty jobs. I don't envy them.
No, it's probably awful.
I know, and I'm not a tax expert at all.
No, they probably get yelled at and fucking threatened all the time too.
So it made me happy that, the lady was like, you made my day. And like, she was literally laughing and like, you really made my day. And I'm like, well, that made my day. Like, by her just saying that to me, it made me happy that I made her day because people probably yell at them all the time. So remember, try to be kind. Try to be kind to somebody in that position,
Well, I one of my cousins used to work in like the tax office of SUNY Albany or something like that. Tax division, I don't know, something like that. And he would have to make phone calls, and he had to start going to therapy and going antidepressants and shit. It was like really destroying him. So I don't envy these people. They have a shitty job. They get more shit than they deserve. I mean, some of them are definitely assholes. I will say that.
Of course.
I mean, because there's assholes in every profession. It's not like, but I'm sure that, I've worked customer service and not on the phone. I've never done phone customer service. Like that would be like, that's my hell. Like, that's my room 101, that's what's in there is having to do that kind of thing, and, but people that work in customer service, like it is not easy. It's not an easy job.
No.
It's really frustrating for the people too. And sometimes they become bitter because of the work that they do in that field. So I always try to make sure that, when I'm dealing with anybody that's in the retail business or in that kind of, like if you have a problem with somebody at a business, you've got to remember, like, they're not really getting paid to deal with you dumping all your emotional bullshit on them,
Plus, we were all raised with that whole saying, well, the customer's always right.
No.
Well, no, they're not.
No. They're not always right. And that's like, so stupid.
It's raised people to like be shitty to anybody that works in customer service, either in a store in retail or over the phone.
It's very true. Absolutely. It's very true. So the article goes on to say that if you're visited by an IRS criminal investigation division special agent, you should consult with an attorney. Whew. You're not legally required to talk to them. That's always good. Always good to know you're not legally required to speak with them, according to Forbes and the Fifth Amendment. Because it guarantees your right against self-incrimination. Blah blah blah. Let's see. I don't know if this went into anything else that I needed to go into. If you're approached and questioned by a special agent, ask for his or her business card. Firmly but politely state that you do not want to answer any questions or that you will have your attorney contact a special agent. You can fully cooperate through your attorney. This may sound paranoid, even given the fluid nature of who is witness and who is a target. Even statements you think sound innocent may not be. Suppose you are asked whether to do business with Joe or Sally. If you answer falsely, you may face felony charges. Jeez. All right. So that's like the basics of that article. And I thought, wow, like this has been happening for a while. All right. Let me put this in the chat. So you guys, if you guys wanted to check it out, I got to pull up the Rumble and the Odysee so I can put them over there too. So let me do that real quick.
So what if you say, like, I don't want to talk to you, I want your card? I mean, politely.
Politely.
Yeah.
Yeah, you better say it politely.
But, like, how many people would really do that if IRS agent was packing and you knew it?
Yeah, I mean, like, it's kind of intimidating.
It's federal. It's not like
it's like talking to a cop. They are like the same as like talking to a cop.
Yeah.
So you got to remember that. Remember your rights, and remember that You can always plead the fifth. And like, if you say I'm pleading the fifth, like I'm not answering you, don't talk to them after you say that.
No.
Because that kind of like defeats the whole purpose.
Just say that and walk away.
Oh, did it go on Odysee? All I see is the CRISPR cows. Steve?
What?
All I see is the CRISPR cows on Odysee.
Oh, you see the CRISPR cows? That's not where it's supposed to be.
It says CRISPR cows, regular cow calls.
Yeah, it's not supposed to say that. I don't know why it says that. It's supposed to be the fucking picture of the.
No, this is the CRISPR cow. Okay, that's weird.
I can't go there like and fix it or do anything about it. So if it's fucked up, I'm sorry.
It looks like it continued. Because it's the same chat from the other day. The chat is still there. But it's the current stream. What the hell do I do with this?
I don't know. I don't know how that works.
Look at this real quick. Because this is right now. This is us right now, live. But if I go out, look, this is the chat, and has all the information.
Well, maybe I didn't.
No, you changed. This is so weird. See what happens when you talk about the IRS. All right, I'll put the link in the Odysee chat. It's so weird though. It's like it continued the other stream or something. I don't know. That's so weird.
I am so confused right now.
So over on Odysee, the stream the thumbnail says it's for the CRISPR cows, like the one that we did the other day.
Yeah, that's weird.
But it's not. We're not doing that. So I don't know what's happening.
Can you fix it?
I don't know.
Can you swap out the thumbnail somehow?
I don't know.
I don't know how any of this shit works.
Well, it's weird because all of the links from the last one are in there. They're in the chat.
Huh.
The last stream that we did with the CRISPR cows, all of those links are in the Odysee. And it's like it never stopped or something. The Rumble seems like it's working fine.
That's weird.
I'm putting the links in there. So weird that it's doing this. All right. Well, there I dropped a link to the first article that I did. Oh my gosh! Really? Maybe he doesn't want the light on this time. Maybe he's tired.
Lights on, lights off. What do you want? Lights on, lights off. Lights on, lights off.
Yeah, and then Trudeau is saying that Canadians don't have the right to own guns and defend themselves only for hunting.
Yeah. Oh my God, that was fucking crazy.
Steve, they like you. They think you're funny.
I saw that. I have a bunch of Steve.
Yeah, Steve, the love for Stever and his comedy. And he says this is like not his show. This is his show, but he thinks that he's just a comedy guy. He's like, I'm in the background and I have opinions and
I'm the background guy who says, just fucking random shit that hopefully it's funny sometimes and provide levity.
Kind of like a hype man.
Yeah. So, Human Love Solidarity said, little known fact that rest areas along the highways give away free pencils and are under the counter. Awesome. Do they make us like we have to ask for the pencils? They don't like us going behind there just getting them, right? There are people that collect pencils. There are.
I
Oh,
bought
yeah.
pencils when I went to the Henry Ford Museum. I bought pencils in the gift shop.
You did.
Yeah, and I got a pen with my name on it because I never find stuff with my name on it.
Yeah, I don't find things. I don't find things with Lucky on it very much. I mean, I find things that are Lucky and like Clover things, but nothing that says like just the name Lucky. I don't know. It's weird. It should be more common. I'm gonna see what's going on in the chat. Angela. Oh my gosh, this is just crazy. Did you guys know about the guns and the ammo? Did you guys know about the IRS doing all this? Let's see what Jilly said. Did you hear the Uvalde teacher called her husband to say she was dying? He's an ex-cop, but when he got her, the cops took his gun and restrained him. It's insane.
It really doesn't surprise me though.
Everything that's come out, like, and they're not telling us the truth about that. You know, like lie after lie keeps coming out about that, and we're supposed to trust and fund you more. Sure. Miguel is in the chat with us too.
Yeah, and they're trying to like keep everything secret and sealed and shit, and it's just like, oh come on. Like everything about this is absolutely unprecedented. It was like an example of what could go wrong will go wrong kind of thing, but it was all intentional. There was no accident about any of that shit.
Julie said, I saw Obama in 2008 campaign saying lifting gas taxes won't do anything. Oh my God.
It won't. Didn't do anything in New York. It's like what, 10 cents a gallon that you might be saving for maybe a couple days.
It's stupid.
Like,
I think they're doing. They have a thing. I think they're saying do a boycott of buying gas from the 3rd to the 5th of July. Because it's like one of the biggest, time. I mean, you can buy it the day before or whatever, but it's just a matter of showing that, like, no, screw you. The thing is that we just need to take the resources that we have to take the plastics and turn them back into gasoline. Use alternative fuels. We need I don't think that electric vehicles is what's gonna be our savior in all of this.
No, because if you have to charge your electric car off the fucking coal grid, what are you solving? You're not solving fuck all.
And then I saw a meme the other day on Twitter, and it cracked me up. I feel bad for whoever it was that was, on the side of the road, but they had a gas generator running to charge the battery of an electric vehicle.
Yeah.
Oh yeah, that's been floating around for a few years now, at least.
Yeah.
But I mean, it cracked me up though. I'm just like
the absurdity of it.
It's like, come on, like this is you're not off of that. Like, what about what goes into those batteries? Who is refining that stuff? Who's digging that up? And where is those resources coming from? We need to globally think about a replacement that is not just putting a Band-Aid over it. We are so smart.
A lot of the
oh my God.
gas we drill here gets shipped overseas or to wherever. Same thing with the oil here. It's like it doesn't all stay here. Not by far. And then we're importing oil to use for like nothing about it makes sense.
It doesn't. Not like if if people in general stopped with the whole like just peacock fucking bullshit and came together and said, all right, how can we do this so that this is beneficial to all of us, so that all of us as a collective, as a whole, an entire planet that we all have to live on, that we all share, so that like it benefits every one of us, and come come on, we have some of the smartest people. We have the smartest people working on things that are that like trying to get us to Mars and shit. It's like, I don't get, like, stop that. Stop. We don't have time for that right now.
Well,
that shouldn't be our priority. Escaping the planet that we're killing shouldn't be our priority.
We've known how to make and use hemp fuel for forever. And then a few years ago, there was something in the news from Israel, and a research team had created like this really small hydrogen, a 3D printed hydrogen motor or engine that was made out of like really light material, and it was self-fueling. It like caught hydrogen out of the air or something like that, and it was self-lubricating. So you didn't have to like use oil or anything to lubricate it, and you could like 3D print this at like a shop and switch it into a car and have like fuelless car.
Right.
But have you heard anything about it since? Did you hear about it at all?
No.
Like they've been developing this stuff for a really long time, but you don't hear about this stuff.
There's a guy.
Especially when it comes to the hydrogen stuff.
I just seen a guy talking about the hydrogen thing that actually invented a filter system and brought one to Flint, Michigan, and like has it set up. It's like the size of a trailer truck or whatever, but it like purifies water like really, really quickly and efficiently. And he's also the guy who built a pickup truck that runs on water. It's a hydrogen-based one. Pretty wild.
Oh, okay, Omar, I am not like pro-Israel. I'm far from being pro-Israel, but they do have some legit science that comes out of there that, I can separate my feelings from that. Especially when it comes to cannabinoids. They were the first to isolate THC, I think.
Yeah, it was like the only country that was allowed to fucking do it.
So I separate that stuff from what the state does.
Yeah,
because
it's pretty gross. It's pretty gross to have to in the first place.
I know,
but that's the way the cults are fucking built, man. That they have this structure, these guardrails, and you have to work within these circles to be considered legitimate and to actually have a doctorate that other people agree with you on ideas and things. You know what I mean? It's like there's this weird cult that happens, and it's really a shame about fucking Israel and just how fucking insidious they are up in everybody's shit, just straight up in everybody's finances and everybody's medicine, everybody's fucking energy, all of the things, man. There's like when you look at that, like I'm not gonna take part in any. I'm gonna be anti-Israel and pro-Palestine. And you look at the list of corporations that are are subsidiaries and bought by people who live in Israel, or it's just it's mind-blowing. Like you can't separate the United States and Israel. Like,
yeah, it sucks.
In so many scientific fields.
They're really the same entity. It's just that Israel is in a different part of the world. Yep. It's really the only difference.
Yep.
I mean, Israel is basically a colony of fucking US.
Yep. Oh, that's
most of their funding comes from the US government.
Yep. That's why you can't separate the two things.
No.
Like, you know what I mean? There's just like these main universities, your John Hopkins and your Harvard and your Yale and all of these big schools everybody works together. All on the
Julie's
same
trying
team.
to get me in trouble. She told me to call him. She told me to call him tomorrow and find out what they need all those weapons and bullets. I'm not doing that.
I would call him. You guys give me a burner phone. I'm calling him.
Yeah, now that you've announced it.
I have no.
You're like,
no
hey
reference.
guys, I'm gonna prank the IRS.
I'm gonna prank the
tell you,
IRS.
I'm gonna do it.
Let me tell everybody on the video before I do it, so there's no confusion.
I don't think that that's gonna be a good idea.
All right, fine. I don't want to ruffle any feathers.
Yeah, ruffle any feathers. Yeah, exactly. Like Gamer said.
Birds aren't real, man.
Yeah, birds aren't real.
As far as we've been told by alleged sources.
He wants to participate. He does, but he doesn't. I don't know what his problem is. I went and gave him a misting. I think that maybe helped him. Like usually when
he
he's
just
screaming,
needed a
we
shower.
try not to like give him the attention because we don't want him to have the attention because he's screaming, and then think that I need to scream to get the attention. Being like.
Anyway, so as far as the energy thing goes, do you remember the Buffalo shooting? Who one of the victims was? It was like an ex cop, I think, that was developing.
That created a hydrogen motor or something.
Yeah, and he had it all over Instagram. I think he had it like in some kind of competition, and yeah, that's shady.
Yeah, that was hella shady. He was a black dude, right?
Yep.
I thought so. I remember reading that story and another story about another guy. He wasn't an ex-cop though, but he had like almost the same kind of, like it rang like the same fucking story. That's weird. And that person was like eliminated in the early 2000s, and everybody said it was just the automotive industry just fucking did him in because he was coming up with these cars that would run on water. You can't have that.
Well, remember the Malaysian flight that went down in the ocean, and there's all those chip scientists on that flight.
Yeah, I do.
Like, these are not accidents. Like,
And tremendous scientists went down on that fucking plane.
Yeah, and then there was the Aurora shooting, and that was right by a base, and there was a bunch of military people in the audience. That wasn't weird or anything. Like, there was people in the military that were victims of that.
Yeah, like the coincidence theories is like, like we find these coincidences everywhere. And then we get told that we're, conspiracy theorists. Well, yes, I'm sorry. I'd like to conspire and have theories about things that's happening. It's called critical thinking. Yes.
Yeah, if two happen out of so many, okay, that's a coincidence.
Sure.
If three happen out of so many,
and then if it keeps adding up from there,
it's hinky, but it could still be a coincidence. When it's like just about every single one of them, you're just like, okay, what the hell?
You could be a conjecture debunker.
You can always predict this shit because there's always like FBI involvement in certain storylines, and it's just like. And then, and then they're bulldozing the school, the Uvalde school. Yeah. And I fucking called that. I called it. I was like, "Watch, they're gonna bulldoze the school in like a month or two."
They announced it like after like
weird.
The same fucking week. They're like, "Oh yeah, we don't want this place anymore." The president came, said, "Why don't you just knock it down?"
Yeah, because knocking a building down does what? Like, it gives what?
Well, they didn't even just do that with Sandy Hook. They also did it with the Presidio. Remember the Presidio base, the daycare or whatever, with the underground tunnels and shit? They bulldozed that real quick. Like, anytime there's destruction of evidence like that, it's not an organic event.
It's dead.
The one in my room on my nightstand or right next to my bed, you can use that, but you got to give it back. Okay. We're having issues with phones, guys. I don't know. Maybe it's the IRS. I don't know.
Maybe.
IRS is messing with my phone service.
So there was more to what I was. What? All right. Let me see. This is another article that I have here.
Yeah, absolutely. Bulldozing reduces the ability to reenact stuff for evidence to sue the city. From when those parents say, no, fuck you, you're supposed to take care of my child and not let them die when they're in school. And absolutely, they should get, all of those parents should be like, no, fuck you, you're not knocking shit down until we fucking figure this shit out. I would hope that, that is the case, or what people are striving to do.
Well, people aren't thinking clearly right now.
It's totally evidence. That's what I mean. It's a crime scene, for fuck's sake. You can't just, I'm just going to roll a bulldozer over the crime scene. You don't mind, right? That's fine. What the fuck? Like, can you imagine Matlock would lose his mind, man? What are you doing?
Oh, fucking Matlock.
Oh my God.
Andy Griffith with his tan suit, and he would be pissed, man. What do you, well, you damn old road, you rode your damn bulldozer through the crime scene, Jethro. You better just slow it down a pace, son.
What about Jessica Fletcher?
Oh my God.
Oh, yeah. We're
Back when we were
back to the good old days, ladies and
when we
gentlemen.
were innocently brained, and probably before they were doing
That's
this.
right. Our early indoctrination into crime scenes.
I know, right? Oh my God.
Don't get me started on the Columbo. I'll be looking out of one eye like Peter
I
Falk.
loved watching Quincy. Like, that was.
Oh, hell yeah.
But well, I eventually wanted to go into
Columbo?
pathology, so it was pretty close.
Columbo.
I know people that that went through pathology and like are literally working for fucking like crime scene people now and cadaver fucking shit. And because they watched Quincy, we got baked at my house and in 7th grade and watched Quincy, and now they're all like.
What about Columbo? Can we not forget Columbo?
Oh yeah, no. I love.
Never forget.
The crazy.
Never
eyes.
forget Columbo.
He would like squinch up one eye and look over there. He's looking one way, but he's looking the other way.
He had that tan trench coat.
He had that tan trench coat and the gecko eyeballs.
Why does that make you more investigative if you have a trench coat?
He just seemed like he was interested. He just seemed really into whatever it was.
Why did they all wear those though? Why did they wear those specific coats?
Because back in the day, that's what the G-men wore. That's what all those
Inspector
guys.
Gadget. Yeah, the G-man.
Inspector Gadget.
Duh.
You notice Inspector Gadget has the formal London fog style trench coat. That was the trend. That was the thing. If you were fighting Al Capone, man, you needed one of them fucking.
Or where in the world is Carmen Sandiego?
That's right. If you were looking for.
Oh
Carmen
man.
I know.
Yeah, I love that. I love the game. I love the show.
And you have Get Smart was a stylistic thing in the 60s. There was all the operatives would have like trench coats and stuff, so you could tell which one was the bad guy.
Just in case you guys don't know,
I
know the real Waldo from Where's Waldo. I know him in real life. Can you guys guess who Where's Waldo is? Who is it?
He's described. He's disguised.
He's been on this show.
He's disguised as a different persona.
I'll let you guys guess. Who is Where's Waldo? Maybe Where's Waldo is in the chat.
The
and I don't
most
know.
like Where's Waldo out of all the guests that have been on the show.
Or just, if you haven't seen all the shows.
Yes, Miguel, right off the rip.
Did you get it?
Right off the rip.
You got it right away?
Yeah, Miguel nailed it.
I know the real Where's
Popeye
Waldo.
right behind him.
Oh, you guys got it. I know. He is. And
He
he
has
actually played Waldo before.
I think he probably owns the sweater.
Oh my gosh.
I think he probably does.
I want to do like a photo shoot with Where's Waldo. Like I want to do Ricky Rance's Where's
Ricky
Waldo?
Rance, Where's Waldo?
Where is Ricky?
You could just follow him around New York City. That'd be great, right? Follow him around New York City and weird places.
Yeah.
Be like, oh, did you guys see Waldo?
Like, oh, bro, I saw him. He was around the corner on 8th Street. You can't miss him. He's right there.
I remember the Cheney incident that Jilly just mentioned. Where he shot a guy in the face and the guy apologized to him.
We thought that was the fucking most fucked up thing that had ever occurred in this space-time continuum at the time.
I'm so sorry, my face was pretty fucking shot.
Yes, I'm sorry, Dick. I didn't mean to block your shot. Didn't mean to shot block you, Dick.
Cheney, is he still alive? Or was it Rumsfeld that died?
I think Cheney is still... He's probably hooked up to a fucking...
Oh, maybe it's just Cheney that's still alive.
Vampire machine.
I know, like, it's like... Place. He's on the list of the ones that shouldn't be, but... Yeah. I think he might still be...
He's just under kissing
transplants.
That's right.
Come on, he probably has a pig heart now.
Well, obviously.
Or a grown one, or Bill Gates grew him one specifically in a lab.
Really, you think about the billionaire. I was thinking about that whole billionaire trip, right? Like how we've been indoctrinated into like thinking billionaires are A-okay, and like from kids' cartoons on, like
Richie Rich.
JB Font put on earlier. He had on Twitter. He said DuckTales.
The fucking DuckTales. There's so many different ones that are just like, oh well, they're just super rich and they have all these redeeming qualities and they don't have to give up their money.
Every episode he never did. He never shared. Nope. He was awful all the way to the end. Yeah. Well, we should do a thing on that, like on our indoctrination, like how long it's been going on, and what like do a timeline of it. We should do a show on that. That would be fun.
And would like have all that gold hoarded and fucking be skiing down it and shit. Like, ooh,
yeah.
While there's like poor servants outside,
Yeah,
exactly. And he never ever gave up a fucking cent, man. He was just like hardcore Scrooge McDuck.
Did he even give any of his money to his nephews?
I don't think he did.
I think
the bare minimum.
I think they just lived with him and that was it.
Yeah.
Fredward.
Yep. They just got room and board.
Yeah, right.
And he was a creepy Uncle Duck, look at him. All of those vibes too. It's just really bad how we're just like, oh no, Richie Rich is a cool kid, Jeff Bezos is a nice guy. Bill Gates is awesome.
Little Orphan Annie, where like an old rich guy is adopting this funky orphan girl.
Yeah.
Like
exactly.
What?
Exactly the same questionable fucking writing, man.
And the people running the orphanage were selling the kids for their own pockets.
Yeah,
like
not
that's
far off
story.
Yeah, what all of those stories are. Look at the fucking 101 Dalmatians. They're doing the same thing with puppies. It's like it's really gross. There's like they got a meat market of puppies.
Cruella is a badass movie. Like. It's like a rags to riches kind of movie. It's better than Cruella and 100 Dalmatians.
Punky Brewster, remember? Like,
we're all there for a fucking
I was
good
totally
rags to riches story because at least poor people, every poor person you ever met is like, fuck yeah. The end of the story, they're fucking rich and set and they got all the things that they need and they don't have to fucking worry about shit. Yes, that's what I want. And that's what we're trained to go for that carrot that's hanging just beyond our reach and never stop. Just keep striving. And some of us make it there and then they fall off the edge and begin again. It's a perpetual machine of it's a mine. It's a people mine. We live in a people mine.
LA comedians said in Chicago, tax was about half the price of gasoline at the pump at one point. They altered that in response. The price is rising at the time. Yeah, like I think our governor did a tax, like we don't have taxes or something on our gas right now. It's like, that's not kicking
the can.
That's not helping. Like it is.
It's kicking the can down the road because as soon as it comes back and the gas does actually go up in price, then guess what? So does the tax. So everybody's getting fucked.
Yep.
And welcome to Fuckville, because it's only going to get more fucky.
It's a necessity. You know what I mean? Like we have to have that to get around. Like, and it's in the budgets of everybody. It's in, it's in everybody's budget. It's in, like, from government officials to people, and then they're forcing everybody to go back to work too, and in the office.
Yeah.
It's like, oh yeah, and on top of it, yeah, we're gonna rape you with the gas pump too.
Yeah, and they're threatening people, threatening to fire people who refuse to go back into the office.
Yeah.
So it's like, what do you do? You're probably
It's like they got you in a headlock, they got their boot on your neck.
Snorky can join. Snorky can always join the panel if he wants to. Snorky's always welcome if Snorky wants to come on.
Absolutely. I didn't mean to interrupt, but I saw that Jilly said PBS and NPR are funded by Bill Gates Foundation, other nefarious entities. That is 100% true. That it's been that way since before, like, even NPR was like completely on board with the MSN. They'd still be throwing little stories out, little things out there, like little morsels of fucking truth. And before they actually, got on the train, they've been co-opted since the 60s, as far as I know, at least. Like all our childhood fucking programming, your Sesame Street, the Electric Company, Zoom, all of these different
like
things
Sesame
that we grew
Street,
up with.
making you think that, oh, poverty's okay.
Poverty's fine. Living in a trash can is just
you
fine.
can live in a trash can. It's fine if you're grumpy and you live in a trash can. You can own nothing and live in a garbage can. It's okay. Like, what did that set? How did that? And we're thinking like, oh yeah, well, they're just showing diversity.
So that's like Rockefeller money and Kissinger money and a bunch of different people, funding all of that.
PBS has had some really good historical specials, though.
Absolutely.
Like American Experience, they've had some excellent episodes. You gotta weed through the propaganda episodes to get to the real good ones. Like my favorite one is actually The Lobotomist. I read the biography of Walter Freeman with the same name.
Yeah.
Like I watched it and then I read it. I was like, oh my god.
Yeah.
But, they do have some stuff, but really weed through the propaganda.
there's definitely amazing programming that has happened from back then till now. Like there was this one show called Rock School, and it literally took like all these players from all these different genres and stuff, and like showed you how to play guitar. Like this is this style, and showed you how to play reggae, or showed you how to play rock, and showed you how to play country. And like each episode was like more complex and taught you all of these different things. So it was like a semester of going to music college in a series of videos. It was fantastic. Like I fucking loved that shit as a kid. I was like, oh, this is the fucking bomb. And it's still, to this day, it still holds up. It's like, that's fucking, it's, they're teaching you the rudimental, the fundamental things about making music. And it's just like, that's invaluable, man. I hope that never goes away. All the kids need that.
If it wasn't for PBS, I would have never seen Monty Python's Flying Circus or Are You Being Served? Are You Being Served?
Absolutely.
It's like one of my favorite shows growing up.
Yep. No, I feel the same way about it. It's a shame that it's so full of propaganda.
And a lot of the local
your audio's going a little bit weird again.
Mine?
Yeah.
Are you serious?
It's just kind of coming and going, like sort of phasing
like,
in.
I'm not doing anything different. I'm just talking into my phone.
Oh, see, yeah. Now
I think it's the StreamYard. I think it's wonky. Like sometimes it's perfect for a long stretch, and then it'll get a little weird, and then.
Well, I think it depends on what I'm talking about too.
Yeah, it seems to.
It's okay. Like, it gets a little bit weird sometimes. It's like it sounds a little bit muffly underwater.
Did Ricky Rance just show up because we were talking about him?
Did Ricky show up?
That's funny. I love that. I mean, Waldo, right?
We love Where's Waldo?
Don't use his real name.
I might have done a thing with the phone.
I really think that the NPR and the PBS are amazing fucking tools that could be used for good. And and have been to some extent, but just completely overshadowed with propaganda and used for the state instead of fucking actually helping to educate people. And
I mean, and we had the like Mr. Rogers' Neighborhood, which really fostered curiosity in kids and
sure,
being nice to your neighbor and just generally wholesome. But then you had other stuff, and it was like, although I did like 3-2-1 Contact too.
I loved fucking Doctor Who, man. Doctor Who for years.
I
Fucking
think
love
it
that
was
shit.
like from the late 80s on, it just like went downhill.
Yeah. Yeah, it seems like since I was a teenager until now, it's like it's just kind of like been just on a downward fucking progression.
But the local stations would have public shows. What do I want to say? You know what I'm
public access. Public
saying?
access.
Public access shows, and you'd find like the weirdest shit on some of their shows. We had it was a PBS station. We had a Studio and Yana had their own TV station, and they'd have some really random shit on there sometimes, like local people.
Oh yeah.
Yeah, and like I mean, Alex Jones got started on public access. Freeman Fly, I fucking love Freeman Fly.
Yep. It's totally that part of it was amazing.
Look what happened. We got a snork.
All right. That part of it was really cool. I thought about public access, like the band that I played with, my old bass player. We had a restaurant and a bar, and like lots of different bands would come in and play and stuff, and he'd curate a show like every week, and it would play all over Connecticut on all the public access channels around the state. And for years he did that. It's like that's really cool to expose people to local talent and shit like that.
Yeah, and
information.
I remember getting public access shows from New York City. In Oneonta in like the late 80s through like the 90s, I bet. And that was some crazy shit too. Like it had some crazy shit beaming up at Oneonta. But that all went away. It sucks. It's all propaganda now.
Back in the 70s, Iowa Public Television needed a television show, and they were able to get Doctor Who really cheap. And they were about the only place that was playing it in the world. And for years, they would have like the cast of Doctor Who would come out and actually have things in Iowa. And I knew a lot of people in college who actually chose to go to school in Iowa because they wanted to see Doctor Who.
Oh my God, it's awesome.
What an underground niche. That's fucking great.
That's so fantastic.
It's kind of like that whole like phenomena with the Church of the Subgenius and the Bob Dobbs thing that was like really huge, like in the 90s, in the early 90s. Like there was just like this crush of people everywhere I would go. All these stupid shows I would go to, like random fucking concerts, and be like, "Have you heard about the Church of Bob Dobbs?" And, you know, like what? Where the fuck did you guys come from? Like every time I went somewhere, someone would approach me, and then I would hear it on the radio later, like down the road. Like I actually heard myself recorded by one of these guys that was interviewing man on the street, asking if they met Bob Dobbs and if they need Bob Dobbs in their life. And oh my God, fucking hilarious.
Yeah, earlier you were talking about the hydrogen in the cars, and I got that a lot. It's a common question I'm asked, at school, and what it usually is.
You should give a little bit of a background to anybody that doesn't know what you do, because it's kind of mind blowing.
I used to support factories that had like issues or needed some type of new product that was being developed or a new factory. And I also supported the automotive industry a little bit, where I would go to the factories, determine what was wrong with something, whether it was the factory or how it was used or how it was assembled, what caused the problem, so people wouldn't die so much.
Oh,
and then,
so that's good work.
Yeah.
Good work if you can get it. Sure.
Yeah. But so what happens with you can run a car off of hydrogen. Hydrogen is an extremely dangerous thing to work with, and so doesn't really pack easily. There's ways that they can make it have pack fuller, but if it gets loose, it doesn't really show. So it's a very dangerous, very easy to release, and very easy to injure a lot of people. And you have to fill a lot when you're going with it. The main thing is that most of the methods of generating the hydrogen to put in the cars and the distribution systems are very expensive because of how easy it is for the truckers and whatever to get injured.
Right.
So while it's but constantly in the news feeds, you'll see constantly new means of making hydrogen for everybody. And I feel it's all a scam. Hey, don't try to do this. It's going to go over. Mostly what we really need to do is be thinking about hydrogen is very dangerous too. In fact, I actually I don't use gasoline for my lawnmower or my snowblower. I use electric. And I went with a combination. I have a car that can drive 50 miles on electric and then switch over to gas. Right. And I thought that was a good one. But if we look at other ways, we really need to be thinking about how we're living, how we're transporting ourselves. We really actually don't walk even a tenth as much as people in other countries do.
Yeah.
And the best system I see is in Wuppertal, Germany, Wuppertal Valley, where they have a 13-mile long train system of all the people that live in this valley all take this as their major point of getting around. And awesome. I see it actually would be really good because we have 90 million people that within the next 15 years have to move away from the coast and move somewhere. And It would be really best if we thought about how we're going to move them first instead of just start building a whole bunch of cars in towns. So I think it's Coral Gables, Florida or something is the worst designed town where it's all just mazes everywhere.
Yep.
And
it's terrible down there.
So you have some really good towns. Like my town here is 2 miles by 2 miles. And when I went to New York City, I was hoping to learn how public transport worked. And I found out they usually walk more to their transportation than I do if I were to walk across town and back. But so I constantly see as news grabbers, they want you to click into a site. Hey, what's this new technology? Why isn't this done?
Right.
But many of the people thought about it, that it works. I mean, you can run it off it. You can run a aircraft to the moon running hydrogen. But is it feasible? Is it safe? No. The electric systems, even the problems they have with some of the electric cars with fires, it's still less fires per electric car than it is with gasoline. And the problem is our grid is not there to support, especially these dense areas where we have millions and millions of people. They're already at their limit of how much electricity they can go.
Yeah, that's what I was talking about earlier. I thought that was a major factor. Like you're gonna plug in more things to this thing that's already got too many plugs sticking out of it. You know what the heck?
Yeah. So,
I mean, isn't there isn't there like roads that recharge the vehicles as you drive on them in other countries and stuff? Like, I'm pretty sure that there is that technology, right?
There's been some thoughts about it. So there is a way to actually put means of charging electrically to the car.
Yeah.
But we need to do that in a coordinated fashion. We need to not have to change it every 10 years. We might want to even be thinking about how our entire electric grid works and how we transmit power.
Well, the U.S. grid is ancient.
Yeah, that's what I would think you would.
Into a lecture on the electronics that would be involved in switching over. But
now,
we're still using technology from 170 years ago.
Yeah. Now, are there innovations like in batteries that are happening that can maybe like be less of a demand, even if you have to plug everybody the fuck in?
Well, there's one that Wuppertal. It's actually spelled a little bit different, but It's spelled like, yeah. Well, I won't get into that. Well, anyway, so now you got me off track.
Sorry.
Have you heard of graphene?
Yes.
Graphene is not the best battery.
Okay.
So all of these people are, we're going to have graphene. It's going to take over everything. The new one out is a chemical that's paired with borafine. So with borafine, it doesn't mean we won't have to do a lot of mining. So most of the bad carbon for batteries comes from the mining extraction, equipment to go in, equipment to come out, all the stuff that you need to do to process it, and then delivering it to where it needs to go. The borafine is easy to make with very simple components that don't have to be the big mine.
And it's more efficient than the lithium.
Well, I mean, we don't have to mine mountains away.
You're right. Okay.
And so that means we don't have to send heavy equipment using heavy stuff pushing it out. But realistically, we just need to be thinking. Yeah, Trish says she walks everywhere in New York. When I went to New York City, I couldn't believe how much walking I had to do. I thought I would get to a hotel, go down to the basement, get onto a subway, go to the next building, and pop out. No.
Nope. Having grown up on Grateful Dead tour and exploring different cities and stuff, that mass transit thing, I can remember in '91 getting really spun after the first set and walking out a weird door at MSG, and it led outside down to this ramp, and the ramp took you down this other fucking tunnel and down to this other thing, and then you ended up way down under the fucking road at the train. And we got on the train. We ended up in Jamaica Plains. Like, how did we get from there to here? Like and with no ticket, no kind of nothing. You just kind of just walked on, and now I'm an hour and a half away from where I started and spun out. We're like, the train guy, the conductor's like, all right, have your tickets ready. We're like, tickets? Shit, man. What do you mean? We got on this one thing and got on this other thing, and now where are we? We were far away, man.
Trish, I'm sure that there's a word for people like Steve. What do you call them?
That was about as country as it got, because we're just like a couple of dumbasses from Connecticut. You know, we had no idea. We're from the woods of Connecticut, not the city.
Yeah, we're not from the side closest to New York. We're closer to Rhode Island.
Yeah, we're a bunch of bumpkins, really. Probably, you know, as at least as much as Shelly, where she lives. I mean, come on.
Yeah, well, speaking of trains and, public transportation, I don't understand why we don't have high-speed rail all over the place.
Yeah,
I do.
You would think.
Especially, where I live, Norwich used to be a pretty big railroad hub. Oneonta had the largest roundhouse in the world at one point. There's all of these decommissioned rails that are just sitting there.
Is that what it is? Just because
why not open these rail trails back up and at least expand?
They're trying to do everything they can to make sure
they're
they cannot get those trails reactivated as railroad tracks. Originally, there was, even the small towns out here used to have rail access. The automotive companies came in and actually forced all of the railroads out from passenger service so that people would have to buy more cars. And then went on setting up blockades to things that we would have to do to make it almost impossible to get high-speed rail back again. And then comes the different types of rails that would be possible. Personally, I follow along with some other people that do not think that the Elon Musk's high-speed rail is going to work. But what we do need is a moderate speed rail that can move a large number of people at reasonable cost across the country. So maybe we're not going to be able to go across the country in 2 hours on a railroad train, But if you could do it in a day going from New York to Los Angeles, that wouldn't be so bad.
Hell yeah.
Yeah, no, that would be
That's
awesome.
That'd be
At
great.
the very least, update and greatly expand Amtrak services.
Yes.
Like,
And
at
there are
least
some
at
new
the
ones out.
very least do that. So you're not having to like figure out how you're going to get from one town to another in a rural area.
Right.
But
For
I would
us
like
to go
see-
from Connecticut down to like Virginia, it takes the same amount of time to take the Amtrak that it does to drive, if not a little bit less time
Pretty
driving.
much, yeah.
Like, that's ridiculous. That shouldn't be the case. I should be able to be like, okay, I'm gonna jump on the train because I can get down there, and it's cheaper and it's, you know what I mean, and it goes faster. But it's not. It's ridiculous. It's like it
The
would cost about the
infrastructure that
same
it
money.
would take to make it all modern and stuff. It just has not been addressed for fucking ever.
Because they've
Since-
neglected
since
it.
the 1800s, right? Or at least till the mid 1900s with all the car. They want everybody driving. They don't want fucking trains. They just need that for
Every-
That's
coal.
why I was
Every
looking into the
part of our
Wuppertal train system.
infrastructure is crumbling.
Right.
That's what
Right.
it comes down to. Every little piece.
So, in order to get train track-ins for extremely high-speed rail,
Mhm.
how to do the way that the rails are set and everything, it takes a lot of work to keep the railroad working in Japan.
Yeah.
The Wuppertal, it's actually spelled a little bit different with a V, but it actually it doesn't use tracks. It rides from a rail that's suspended.
Yeah.
So the reason that most cars tip over is they get so far over to one side and they'll tip. So what happens with the Wuppertal train is if it's a little bit unbalanced, it just rolls a little bit. So it is extremely
That still sounds a little
stable.
scary, but okay.
That's really trippy though. How it's like
just a little
light.
bit.
It's not fucking.
It never crosses traffic. So it's suspended enough that all of the cars and trucks go underneath it. So you can safely go ahead across the country without attacking wildlife, passengers, vehicles. So it's a very, very safe way to get across it. And I really
Does it
think
hurt
that
the
we-
birds or anything?
That's really a safe.
Well,
fucking
it would hurt
system.
the birds the same way a regular train does.
Right.
Okay.
So in fact, with this type, they'd actually have a better chance of surviving with the way it travels. So they could easily, because they're no longer worried about traction across there, they could easily go to the 300 miles an hour, 300 or 400
Right.
miles
That's
an hour.
those are the fast one.
And because it's suspended above the suspension, they could actually store solar power or several other means of getting energy into there. So it's another way to do things. And it's the only way that I think we'll get reliable traction. Or, if somebody does get some really good high-speed rail, it would be nice to have the different towns in the area have that type of system as a feeder system to get to where the higher speed rail is. So
Right.
let's say you can have one that can only go 120, 150 miles an hour, get you to a place where you can hit a main line and go between, probably have an X across the country. So you can go to the corners and then
Sure.
fill in as it goes. And we need to be thinking about things. Right now, we think only exclusively like profit. Now, I do not call myself a communist or a socialist. I also do not consider myself a monarchist because I believe the absolute total end of capitalism is monarchy. I look for a balance in the middle that I call Franklinism. Ben Franklin wanted us to own what we have, what we did, what we do was ours. It's not to be taken away. But
Right.
what was in the common trust was to be owned by everybody.
Yeah.
And that's
That
what I
makes
believe we
sense.
need to
And the
do.
banker stole all that. Yeah.
Right.
No,
so,
that makes complete sense to do it that way. I mean, like logically.
Certainly better.
You know?
so if we had the energy system, which everybody uses,
Mhm.
no longer saying today I'm going to be able to sell this much power. I'm going to send out ads to all my customers saying use more power, use more power. No, let's look at, hey, car industry is popping up. We're going to need more people with electric cars. And they could have to be able to say that profit wise doesn't matter at this point. What are we going to need to effectively keep our country running? So what are our needs going to be in 5 years? And that system needs to be building on that. But I do not, like I said, I'm not a communist. I'm not a socialist. I'm for medications to be nationally provided. I like I said, when I was in Denmark, I think they absolutely thought I was going to kill everyone when I whipped out my wallet at a pharmacy.
Like, oh my God.
Not only that, but my name actually means going postal in the Scandinavian country.
Nice.
Oh my God, that's so funny.
So you announce your name and then reach in your pocket really quickly.
You're like,
everybody.
this guy wants to pay for medicine, Doc.
Everybody hit the floor. It's a crazy American.
Yeah, so I actually have to tell people I'm not from Texas if I go to the Scandinavian.
That's funny as shit. Our stereotypes are so fucked. Like they are. They're just like all over the place. Like it's so weird.
Well, if you say my name with Texan, it's like a mass murder on the loose.
Oh my gosh.
That's ironic. You have how is your family? A lot of mass murderers in the old gene pool, or
yeah. And
he just says, yeah, real quiet. Like, okay, no more questions.
Oh my gosh.
So those are the things I encounter the most. I can't remember what else you were talking about earlier. I couldn't get in, but sorry, I didn't mean to. I'll be quiet.
No. I think it's awesome that you come in and I love having you on the show.
Yeah, talking about these things is cool. I have like that idea that they're really unless like everything kind of changes with like how the cars work now and how many cars there are. I don't see how we can effectively fucking make a big difference in the amount of carbon that's, if that's the thing that we're fucking striving for.
And that's why I say we have to think about what and how we're doing things before we think about the car.
Yeah.
So we're actually doing a pretty good job of the cars. The differences that Tesla has making are phenomenal.
Yeah.
The way he's changing the motors to use his power much more efficiently. Within 4 to 5 years, we'll probably see the range of the Teslas either triple, or we'll see the weight of the battery go down. So you have less battery in each one.
That's impressive.
But like I said, we really need to be thinking about, so what, maybe within 10 years there will not be a Miami as we know it.
Yeah.
So where are all these people going to move? Are they going to move into old towns, build up around, and form big rat's nests around cities that basically make them all unusable?
I think I think Florida right there, that little part, like, maybe Cocoa down to fucking Miami, that whole like intercoastal thing might just kind of disappear. That whole like river thing will just be the ocean, and then everybody will just move inland a little bit. That's
also basic. Omar Rana there has mentioned the Aptera. The Aptera is a phenomenal car. Expect mileages over 150 to 100 or 300 miles per gallon.
Oh shit!
Wow. That's tremendous. That's the kind of shit that makes a difference.
It's a small car. It's a sleek car. It looks like a weapons pod from some kind of war aircraft.
Sick.
Oh shit!
But no, it has been. It's not a new company. They've been working on this for a little while, and this is not the first version that's out. And their first idea was make it like an airplane so that it doesn't have the wind load. So overall, a small commuter vehicle, less than 25 miles, and like an area, it's not Los Angeles, not stop and go, but out here I have to drive 50 miles to work. So out here, this would be a good shoot back and forth. Sure. I really want to move closer to where I work, or just retire and just live out in the.
How about those?
Okay, these are weird. These are really weird.
Single manned drones they got now. They got little drones that you can fly like 250 miles an hour and shit.
Yeah.
But they only last for like 5 minutes or something. Like you can only charge it up to go like a mile or two, and then you have to come back because you're out of charge.
Do you see
Yeah,
this
but-
thing, Steve?
I
Are
want
you
one.
looking?
That's
Oh, they're
That's
sick.
awesome.
And
Yeah.
the video footage is fantastic on YouTube. I'm like, holy shit, they got flying cars. God damn it.
No, this one that I'm showing you.
I have
Oh, you're not over there?
it was basically a completely re-engineered idea of what driving should be. Yeah, you're seeing an EV that can go 1,000 miles, and it's not full of 2,000 pounds of batteries.
That's amazing.
Oh, whoops. I meant to.
And it's
share.
just like the quality of the batteries improved so much that
They
it
made the vehicle that efficient to start with,
oh wow, yeah.
so
Super lightweight.
right.
It
Like I
looks
said,
so
it's like looking off
weird.
a weapon pod.
Yeah, it does.
I wonder how
It
they
is
do
so
on-
weird.
There's room
Probably
for 2
suck up
passengers
mountain
in your
roads,
groceries.
though.
There's what?
It would probably suck up mountain roads.
Right? You need knobbies on that thing for the country.
Yeah,
Yeah,
that doesn't. That doesn't.
Put some mutters on there.
They need a country version.
They
Yeah,
need a
you
country
do.
version that's a lift kit. The wheels just go
Like
up
the
and
4x4
down, and
version.
get some full articulation suspension on that son of a bitch. Climb over rocks and stuff.
That's
Hell
crazy
yeah.
looking. How expensive?
Oh my god, that would be badass. Oh, we need one.
So it says
just
it can
imagining
cover
that.
up to 1,000 miles on a single charge.
That's fucking insane. That's like 4 times higher than I've seen any car, that I've read about anyway. At least 4 times. Like every car I've seen, every consumer level car are under 200 miles, 300 miles. I think is the highest one I saw. I think that was a
Yeah.
Tesla.
Except for our old 1978 Oldsmobile with diesel. We used to get 900 miles between refuelings, but it had a 30-gallon
Wow.
tank.
Wait, you can pre-order
That's
for
tremendous.
$100?
And then here's how much they are.
Sweet.
1,000-mile model is 44,000. A 600-mile model is 34. A 400-mile model is 29. A 250 model is 25,000.
Those prices
That's
are way fucking more reasonable than I would have expected.
Oh yeah, I was expecting into the hundreds of thousands. That's
Yes,
actually
like for that
doable.
top model one. Yeah.
Now, if
I would've-
that's the prices right now,
Not that I
imagine-
could afford any of those, but
Well, no. Think about it. Like the first electric or hybrid cars were fucking expensive when they first came out. Now they're
Look at
like
the camping thing.
now they're the cheapest cars on the market. I mean, just imagine how much
Yeah.
they're going to drop in
Dope.
that time.
Yeah, my car actually over the 3 years that I've had my car, I put over 70,000 miles on it, and it is actually exactly the same value now as it was when I bought it.
What?
What?
Wow. That's
So-
amazing.
So the electric cars are really in demand right now. So
Yeah, I would say that the fucking didn't devalue at all. That's fucking incredible.
right.
Well,
It
With
gained in
inflation,
value,
it
really,
did.
for the usage.
Yeah.
yeah. So my first 2 years at work, they actually let me charge at work. And then somebody complained
Wow.
that it's unfair that I get to charge and get a free ride to work when everybody else is paying so much in gas.
Of course, somebody complained.
Of course.
And so
Like-
I would,
Thanks, Karen.
Salty.
I would drive
Thanks,
to work 50
Karen.
miles. I basically, if it's nice and warm, I had like a 60-mile range, but I could drive to work. As soon as I got there, I'd plug in. So, and then, like I said, I also have a gas tank. So if I go over, I can use gas. So I don't have to worry about running out. But so I would drive into work, and every once in a while I had to use the gas so it wouldn't get old. And I would get 2,600 miles between gas tanks. And I had an 8-gallon gas tank.
Wow. That's fucking rad, man. That's
It-
like incredible. We drive a 91 Dodge B250 fucking work van. That's what
We don't drive a lot.
We don't go anywhere because it costs fucking $85 to go to the fucking 7-Eleven and back.
No, actually, the van for being a big van is actually pretty efficient, gas wise.
It's not awful at all.
It's really not. I've driven from Connecticut all the way down into Virginia on still having gas, like after filling up my tank. So my tank's not that big.
I figured out what it is that
highway driving. It's a lot better. Obviously.
What I love about the van is the sound that it makes when you start it up and you rev the engine a little. It's like there's
when you start.
There is a primal thing that happens in my fucking male brain that says, "Oh, vroom, yes, good. Oh, yeah, oh."
Yeah."
I get all like fucking caveman about it. Like I'm trying to figure
I'm
out why
about it because when I bought my van,
that's
the first thing I did, and I was like, oh my god!
It's like if you ever wrenched on vehicles and you've heard that 8-cylinder fucking roar and that dual exhaust or fucking, there's something exhilarating about it. We don't have dual exhaust. It's cool as shit. It's just a cool sound, and I like it.
My
I came to terms with that this afternoon.
My 86 Olds was 6-cylinder, but it had like the same effect.
Yep.
Like I used to rev it on Water Street in Oneonta where all the bars are. Like when everybody got out of the bars and I was trying to get through, I put it in neutral and I read the engine. It would like part like the Red Sea. I miss that.
Oldsmobile with a 396 cubic inch engine, eight cylinder, and that had a normal rumble, even without dualies or whatever. It just normally had a rumble to it.
Yeah. Our van doesn't have dualies. Like it's not a dually.
It does have that really mannered sounding, but it still has that certain amount of bass frequency that only the 8 cylinders can generate, I guess. Have you seen any of those retrofits of Tesla motors in like Porsches and shit like that? My buddy that owns Telefunken microphones, Tony Roger Fishman, did that with I think 2 different Porsches. Now he had a 911 that has like this crazy fast Tesla, does like 3 seconds 0 to 60 or something. It's fucking incredibly fast. Never seen anything like it, and it's silent. You're like, whoa.
Yeah.
You see it coming, and it makes no sound. It's just tire on the pavement. Whoa, that thing is fast as fuck.
I will pull up to fast food, and they won't realize I'm there.
Yeah. The silence.
Oh yeah, and then me, I'm like, do I need to cut my? I don't go through the drive-through like that anymore. But I like when I was going through the bank and stuff, I'm like, I feel like I need to like turn the van off because it's loud. I have a loud engine, and I'm tall and I'm big. Yeah. I get a lot of double takes driving because like a full-size van is bigger than they've made vehicles smaller and smaller as they've gone as time has gone on, because a full-size van is definitely makes a minivan look like a minivan. Like it doesn't look like a big van. My van is 15 feet long, but it doesn't have all the I drive a 15-foot van. Like yeah.
Only the bird dinosaurs did, gamer. Like
please tell me that didn't have windows, though.
Only the birds.
Huh?
Please tell me your van has windows.
Mostly.
Yes.
It has a few. Back. It has
the side windows, like it has the front windows, obviously, and it has the very back windows.
It does pull off a little bit of a rapey vibe.
One wall doesn't have any windows, but it has windows on where the doors are on the side. It has
we have blacked out screens over them, so you can't see.
No, they don't. No, we don't. It's not a creepy. It's not.
It's not a creepy rape fan.
No.
I think you're in denial, babe.
I'm
Just
sorry.
It's red. The van's red. It's not white. It's not all blacked
It
out.
says rape van on the side. I don't know.
That's not.
Maybe it's a different van I'm thinking of. I don't
My
know.
friends call it the free candy van,
Free
and they
candy.
would like.
You're right.
So
free
because
candy
the
on
paint
side.
is
That's
like
why it said rape van on the side. Fucking
the paint is old, right? Because we need to redo the paint. So it's that old like red Chrysler, like that maroon kind of like red color, and because the finish is like kind of worn off, like you could take your finger. And it's not just like because it's dusty, like it literally you can draw on the van with your finger and it will stay there.
your finger oils
forever.
will
Like,
work its way into the sun bleach paint.
And so my friends would like all put like free candy and like they would write all kinds of things on the side of my van.
Somebody wrote "Steel Jack Baller" on the side of it at one point.
Oh yeah, somebody did say that. We've had people like walk by our van and like laughing and like reading the random things like on the van.
You bring a van like that around weird people, and you're going to end up with.
I used to fill
slogans.
up the van with a bunch of like people that wanted to get trash and go to a music show, and I would bring them to Steve's band and bring them to the show. So
Just get in.
yeah, like
You kids need a ride.
most people would call it the Scooby-Doo van is what they usually called it because I had little Leo with me.
Yeah,
I
it's
have
very innocent. Really,
I have a
all of
bed
it.
that
All
I
that
built.
rapey van
I
bullshit.
built a bed in the back.
That's right, kids. Don't be afraid. I have a puppy.
Yeah.
Just get in. Just jump in. We're going to the show. You're gonna love it.
People weren't afraid of me.
No.
Like Steve, if it was you, then yeah, maybe it would be creepy.
They might have.
But being a chick with the little dog, I wasn't such a creepy person jumping out of the van. Usually, I got double takes. Like, oh, you're not a dude driving that huge van. Like, yeah, no.
No, you're the weird dready lady with the fucking puppy trying to get people to get in your van.
No. I usually was the mama trying to make sure everybody got home safe and that nobody
I'm
was
just
drinking and driving.
teasing.
I know.
You're very community oriented.
Oh,
You're very civically minded.
I
love
don't
that.
drink. So,
Shout out to Leo.
yes. Where is Leo? I know I'm holding I ate some white people while we were
Leo.
because I didn't get to eat because dinner was ready at the same time the show was started. And I'm holding a little piece of crust like for him.
Leo. He's upstairs sleeping in the hallway. I guarantee you.
So, Snork, what do you think about the fact that the IRS has ammo?
I pretty much guessed that. A lot of organizations, like even school buses, can have so much ammo on them. You can't have a gun, but there's how much ammo you can carry. So
Where do they keep it all?
Yeah, I do remember when Obama became president. I was asked to help set up a plant to make like sniper bullets because everybody was afraid they were going to be taken away, and they sold millions and millions of high precision sniper bullets.
Huh.
And
Wait, who did?
A private organization.
Okay.
And so we just kept rolling barrels in and filling up barrels and barrels and barrels of these bullets. And the process we used to make them, they needed to be really accurate, like 147,000 or 147th of a gram was the amount they could be off on each. And it sounded like a gun as they were being made. So
damn.
Oh my god!
But I just remember how many millions of barrels or how many millions of bullets were just purchased by people who wanted stuff because they thought they needed protection when Obama became president.
I remember when there was a gun run when he became president too, because
Same thing. They needed
yeah,
more guns, and they didn't buy just regular guns. They bought really high precision guns. Like I said,
That's just crazy.
and all those guns are on the bottom of a lake right now. It was a boating accident.
Yeah. Like I
What
said
guns?
before, I don't believe guns would be any threat against our government at all.
No.
It's like
They might dissuade somebody coming in your house, but that's about it for a minute.
Yeah.
And if they really want you out, they're just going to burn the house down because that's what they do. I mean, anybody who thinks they're safe in this country against their government only has to look at what happened in the Branch Davidian complex. You know what I mean? And what's happened at Ruby Ridge. There's so many places that they've just shown the state is the one who wields the violence and fucking suck it up.
Yeah. Yeah.
Yeah. Well, I've got alternate theories on the incident at Waco. But anyway, so the amount of things that we have to do doesn't seem to be consistent with the weaponry we supply other countries. I remember one friend of mine worked on the original stealth bomber. And after they finished the original prototype, they took the whole plant took a vacation. Security wise, I guess that's easier. And one of the guys was an extra for Star Wars.
Wow.
So after they came back after a few weeks or months, I guess, they came back all together and they found out that the guy, was out doing this funny show. And it took a while after they did the show before it went out. So, things don't make it public for a long time. But I often worry that the worst stuff is being saved for us,
Right.
So I remember,
I agree that we don't know what the fuck all transpired at Waco. All I know is what I see. These people were doing things that were not fucking, seemed to be very good, and they were eliminated. Whether they shot first or the government shot it first, you know what I mean? They were just like, well, you guys are just fucking stockpiling fucking weapons. I'm like, well, the IRS is stockpiling weapons too. So what the fuck? How come one is not good for you?
You know what happened at the same time? What happened in Milwaukee when that was going on?
Right.
You know about the Milwaukee incident?
Go on.
I think it was Milwaukee.
Explain that.
104 dead. Is it 200,000 or 400,000 hospitalized for unknown diseases? And no news made it out. Basically, I mean, it wasn't classified or anything. You can look it up. You can see. Milwaukee.
So meanwhile, this is happening as a distraction, so you don't look over here.
Went down there, started shooting. They got all the news out of Milwaukee.
Right.
I mean, imagine what happened.
I heard somebody. I don't know if it was maybe it was you. I heard this from on Manitalk or something. Like I remember somebody talking about this not that long ago,
that could have been
saying this is a thing that actually happened. You should look into this as well, because I looked into as much stuff as is obvious and that you can see readily about Waco, but I had no clue that there was something even bigger happening elsewhere that they were fucking distracting from. It doesn't surprise me, but I was unaware.
Yeah, they tried to confiscate my equipment and take it to Milwaukee.
Wow.
Yeah, you guys don't even understand the rabbit hole that Snork can bring us down.
Oh no,
well, that's amazing.
Crazy.
Yeah,
we know so much.
It's definitely.
But
now is that like a thing that's like a biological thing or like a DEW type of thing, or
the actual old term for it was beaver fever. No, it's not a movie.
Speaking of 70s porn,
It's what you used to
I
get
did
when
hear
you
that
drank
right.
out of a mountain stream. Yeah, so a lot of people used to die just from drinking out of mountain streams.
okay. So it's like a bacterial fucking.
Yeah, that would be close.
Yeah. Wow.
But they didn't know what it was. And our facility was working on a new type of water cleaner. And we could put out, it was a problem getting that much clean water that they knew could pretty much handle about anything. And so all the water experts were with us trying to develop ours. And they kept saying, the only thing we know that can handle that is this.
Wow.
And we had them ready to go on 4 semi trucks, and we were about ready to ship them because America was shutting down and moving to Mexico. We had the stuff that was going to go to Mexico to set up the new plants.
Right.
And so they were like, no, we don't want that going to Mexico. We want that going to Milwaukee. And at the last minute, they figured out, well, they could just say it's something they've solved and it's not really a problem anymore.
Right. Oh, fixed it. Just kidding. Sorry.
I remember there being something about the beavers. I remember
Nothing I see here.
beaver, like they said that. I was watching something the other day too about how they were talking about how many beavers there used to be in this country in North America. I don't remember the total number, but the way that the beavers had all the streams and everything going, and they didn't completely block everything up, but they had like they created these like ponds and then there would be stream that would go from there, and how it spread out the water and it gave the water somewhere to go, where it wasn't just completely just being absorbed back into the earth. And it actually creates all these environments.
They're little engineers, man.
But we don't have, we've killed the beavers. We've ruined like what they were doing. But they're doing that in some places.
Early 1900s, there was huge bounties. I mean, you could make a lot of money selling beaver pelts.
Oh yeah.
And when the areas out here were populated, as they went through, it was often the people would come across before and get the beavers, and you don't see very many of them.
No, they're pretty much going. That's right, Popeye. Eat the beavers.
Yes, I've actually helped a baby beaver that's close to where we live. One of the river that I go and actually I clean garbage up out of. There was a baby beaver there. It was years ago. And it was really confused. And it was on the trail, and I didn't know what to do. I'm like, I don't know if mom is near or, like what's going on. And this was like years and years back. But so I tried to call somebody to environmentally, like could give me like a clue. Like, do I, just move the baby to the side or what, what do I need to do here? And I remember I got nowhere because it was a weekend. I'm like, okay, animal rescues, like they shouldn't just dissolve on the weekend because, animals don't just stop being rescued. And I remember I tried to call the local police department and nobody had any answers or any clue as to what to do.
They're all like, it's the beaver lady with the van.
No, I didn't have the van.
About out there, but out here, and a lot of people here, you don't even know it. Our state park system has a means of taking care of the animals. So 5 miles from here, there is an animal rescue that's part of the state park system. And they'll take all kinds of creatures. They even have occasionally bears wander around here. They have a bear. They have raccoons, eagles, all kinds of things that usually they're injured and never can go back to the wild. So they have a nice, safe place to live. Buffaloes, all these things are right here. And it's not something that people normally associate with Iowa.
That's really cool.
That is really awesome. Yeah, I ended up just using a canvas bag. I didn't want to put my scent on it. I'm sure that the bag had some scent, but I was just trying to okay, I don't want to leave this baby beaver in the middle of the road looking confused. So I just kind of put it to the side. I went down a little bit, like away, hoping that maybe mom was nearby. And when I came back, the baby was gone, because I was like, all right, if the baby is still here, then you know what I mean, I'm gonna have to do something more. But I didn't know. I tried to call and I didn't have very good service, and I couldn't get anybody. And there was someone else that was there, and they were like, oh, I don't know what to do. Like, you're kind of like, you want to help. I mean, and there should be more resources for people to help when it comes to wildlife and things like that, because there's so many animals like that can be saved. If I knew what to do, for the baby, I didn't know if mom would come, if mom would abandon the baby and come back for it. But yeah, I've actually gotten a lot of wood from down there, looks like driftwood, but some of it you'll see at the ends of it, like where the beaver has chewed it off and it's completely gnawed down and everything like that. So it's pretty cool. We have some beavers that live locally, literally right down the road from us. So it's pretty cool. We saw some deer on the way home tonight when I was coming back from the grocery store for the stream.
Yeah.
A couple deer. One down by the river and one in our neighborhood.
There's lots of deer.
Yeah.
Around here.
Yeah. Unfortunately, I think people are feeding the deer things that are not appropriate for deer to eat.
Hopefully they're not CRISPR deer. I'm hoping that if shit really jumps off, they won't be like CRISPR deer that are maybe.
Well, they could have that zombie deer disease.
They could have that. Yeah, they could have the zombie disease. They could have that slick coat. They
could look like the CRISPR cows.
They could have a Trump toupee. I mean, it could get bad.
Oh my gosh. I know. Steve, you're slacking. I need pictures of CRISPR cows with Trump toupees. Okay. I don't know if you caught it, Snork. Shelly and I did a whole stream on Tuesday on the CRISPR cows and how the FDA just approved CRISPR.
Delicious.
CRISPR cow, CRISPR beef.
Modified beef.
Well, it's a subject on its own. When I worked with CRISPR, it wasn't me being the person that was the biologist. I was there for the mechanical part.
Like the machines in the labs and stuff.
Developing the machine, yeah.
Yeah. Okay. Yeah.
That. So like the mutants that you guys created are not entirely your fault. That's what you're saying?
Yeah.
Okay. All right. Let's go on the record.
Will you eat CRISPR beef?
Yeah. Let's ask a CRISPR beef guy who's got an inside.
Will you eat the CRISPR beef if you know it's CRISPR
it would
beef?
depend on how long it's been done, how long it was tested.
2 years.
One of the biggest problems in any of these things of technology is sometimes you have to be thinking about the entire scope of a project. So on a CRISPR, you have to be thinking not what am I trying to trim off? What am I trying to push in? You have to be thinking of what's called exception handling. What else in the stream of the genetic particle can I also misappropriately cut off and stick something in that will make something worse?
Right.
Yeah.
And what trait? What?
Pretty much what I was saying about it too.
Yeah. And the repercussions down the line of those slight errors of connection that are, because it's like at this point it seems to me like maybe it seems really exacting, like you can cut off things and put them back together like a tape splicing or something, but I don't think it's probably that accurate really right off the rip, because it hasn't been around long enough for people to do it great.
You can get an electrician that will split tape a couple things together and throw them in and you're going to have function. You're not, You can't say that it's not going to catch fire in 6 hours.
Exactly.
Or you can get somebody in there that looks and says, hey, is this the appropriate size wire? Is this the amount of current I'm going to have? Make sure that it's not going to have a short. So, and what I'm saying is the person who's doing it can be very careful and say, I'm not going to include just the gene sequence that I want to swap out. I'm going to say, this is the gene sequence that I have to add to it to ensure that I've adequately made sure that there are going to be no other possibilities of some other gene sequence getting split into that.
I mean, they took away the cowlick.
Right. You could just be going for a little haircut.
They
and
took the
you could end up
cowlick away.
with a slick cow with weird.
Look at their
shape
slick,
and
they look different.
They-
that is a regular cow compared to a
they have an
CRISPR cow.
unfortunate hairline, and all the cute fuzziness on their ears is gone. I mean,
Yeah, they
It's
said
a-
that
it's
it's
a
going to
sad
keep
cow,
them
really.
cooler. And it's weird because with all the cattle dying, and then suddenly a rollout of FDA approved CRISPR cows, which are supposed to be more environmentally friendly. They have less hair, so they don't overheat as much. I mean, they didn't have that much hair to begin
they're
with.
desert tolerant cows is really what, and they emit less methane. Apparently, they fart less.
It doesn't look happier.
Which
It
I don't
does.
know if I believe that, but okay.
What is it doing to the immune system and stuff like that?
Right. What is
Yeah.
it doing to
Or
everyone
the
else's immune
receptor
system?
What is it
People-
doing to whatever else that receptor does? They're saying it only affects one thing, but what else does it affect?
Yeah,
Yeah.
and that's why I say you really have to make sure that you've gone around it. And sometimes I don't trust companies to be that careful.
Right.
So like I did one where I took something I was doing for one project and another company wanted to use it to color plastic. So I went over there and helped them color some plastic.
Mhm.
That company was so careful. We made all kinds of samples and they put them in aquariums with rats for 10 years to make sure that there were no associated possibilities that anything went wrong with that material before one child was exposed to that part.
Wow.
That's good.
That's the kind of testing that you expect, that all of these things that have to do with our food or water or anything would
I think golden
be that
is
rigorous.
like that.
Yeah, they like
Golden is like that with their paints and the pigments and the polymers and stuff they use. They do extensive testing on their products to make sure they're safe for art usage.
I mean,
got a picture of one of our baby cows here. I'll pop up.
Hey.
Do you see this? Do you see the cow?
Yeah, I want to add it up. Oh my god!
No,
Is that at
the
your
mother-
school?
No, this is the state park by me.
Oh,
So that the mothers dig a hole and they put the little ones in it and then they all eat around it. So they're all facing away from the little ones. And so there's all kinds of things you learn about nature and stuff. So it's a nice little park right by me to go to. And so, there are things from the state that you can do and get done. And again, we look at what's on there. We have to think about how we're doing things so that even that age of cow, the parents are thinking about how to protect the little one.
I mean, I think about like the whole digestion of the cow, right? Like down to, okay, if they have less fur, but the fur is there for a reason. Like they said that they make it so the cows are they produce less gas. But how does that affect the cow, and how does that affect everything else?
Yeah.
You know what I mean? And then they don't have to regulate. They don't have to there's no registry. If you have a CRISPR cow, there is no registry that you have to have in order to say, oh yeah, this is CRISPR meat. Like there's not going to be like a specific label.
They're all going to blend together.
You're just there's just going to be CRISPR cows.
Yeah, it just they passed it, they approved it, and they don't even have to fucking label the cows. So you can have you think you're getting organic, but that breeder got some semen that's this CRISPR stuff, and he doesn't know about it because he got it from another, and on and on.
Yeah.
And it's just gonna get into all the cattle, and
Your cow becomes utterly unrecognizable.
Utterly recognizable.
That's
It can go the
that's
other
what
way
I'll
too.
just say.
Ridiculous.
There are going to be random mutations. I mean,
Oh,
that's
yeah.
how we're all here.
Oh
There
yeah.
are
That
going to be
happens in
random
life.
mutations
That happens
could take
anyway.
it to something
And
that's undesirable. And the CRISPR could be used, if it's properly done, to remove something that causes cows to be poisonous or something out. And the same can be done in plants as well. So the say like suddenly wheat becomes super poisonous to everyone because of some addition. That could be used to take that out. You just have
like
to be
glyphosate,
sure
for instance.
that you don't try to save 15 cents to take off a limited portion of your genome or whatever, that you're adequately doing it. And again, I am no expert when it comes to the biology side.
Yeah, like Ricky Rand said, it's gonna be like organic GMO. Like what? You know what I mean? Like that doesn't, like those two things shouldn't compute together.
I think that's the thing that I have a problem with, is the fact that people are so eager to modify plants and animals and other humans, and that is the trait and the path that we're on. Like that's going to be commonplace. Like, oh, is your baby too? Your baby's eyes too blue? Let's get some more green in there. New Hazel babies from Revlon, fucking whatever. They're just like, it's just gonna.
I don't trust.
It's just going to morph into this weird pop culture of it's cool to have a modified child. After 20 years go by, how did the first wave? Well, some of them have 7 heads now, but the rest of them came out fine. And then they just, the next batch comes out and it's 2.0 and 3.0 and 4.0. And as the software improves and as the computing improves, their deafness with the CRISPR gets better, and the more things that they can do and change, and it seems like they'll just be constantly ever fighting to try to maintain some sense of fucking what it was before we started fucking with shit.
Jenna,
again,
just
still
for
comes
you.
back to the person. For instance, when the Velocity chicken was made, it almost made it to the point where it would have hatched. And the Velocity chicken itself, to let that experiment, should have never started.
Right.
And so that by changing one gene, they flipped it back to basically the T-Rex style nose instead of having a beak. And of course, it also, with that style nose, it also had it was like it would have quickly grown into a chicken-sized shark running around.
Yeah, I remember
Land shark.
Didn't they
Jurassic Park shit?
Yeah.
turn on the ancient genes in them or something? That they knew.
What they did was they suppressed. So I believe they suppressed a gene that prevented that from happening, and that's why the beak pops out.
Yeah, it was like
Wow.
something that was already in your DNA.
That's like the same kind of trigger that our first teeth and our secondary teeth are like triggered by some kind of chromosomal thing that happens, and like they've figured out that you can press that button again and grow a whole nother fucking set of teeth if you do it right, and they're like actively working on that. I just read a thing about that the other day.
Oh yeah, with stem cells.
Yeah, stem cell. They're like, we'll just grow you some new teeth in the petri dish. You chuck them in your mouth, you're beautiful.
Jenna,
Look at that smile.
I would love that, man. I would be like the first in line for that.
I'd be all over it, man. Are you kidding me?
But you know, I don't intend on having children either, so
just make my teeth white, okay? Just science, please. Hello, I'm talking to you. Straighten my teeth, god damn it.
Jenna says she
I
only
want to
pets
look like
all
Donny
cows.
Osmond. What?
She says she only pets all cows.
Only pets. That's fair. Fair way to be.
I know. I would want to be. Can you go over and like say hi to the cows and stuff at that place, Snork? Like I would want to be over there like saying hi to the animals all the time.
Yeah, you can walk right up to the fence. In fact, there's an American Indian that actually comes out with like a fishing pole, sticks a fishing pole through the fence, and collects their fur and makes it into hypoallergenic blankets for people.
That's amazing.
Wild.
And
See, and if we were doing things like that for each other, just collectively, like somebody needs this, I'm going to do this. We don't need money.
Let's go make some cow blankets. Come on, you guys.
We honestly just need to help each other and build back into a community and fold back into instead of being so individualistic, having that mutual aid, that mutual like helping your neighbor out as if they are your family. You know, if you think about everybody as a friend that you just haven't met yet, or, you know, that they're all extended family and they're your brothers and sisters and we help each other. Imagine what a better place we could have. And people are like, that's a utopia. You can't even like, oh yeah,
great idea.
You know, blah, blah, blah. But I believe that we can have that. We just have to decide that we want that. As a collectively, as a society, as a whole, and say, I want to have this. I want to have a community.
I want the
intention.
Cow blankets with my friends.
Yes.
I want to make cow blankets for the people who need them. And
I want those kind of cows, like
fuzzy cows are important. And I don't know, Elle,
that ingrained
if they can consent.
So I think that we gotta like get past that.
Get past what?
That ingrained American ego.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I think
the imposed one.
That's the only like barrier.
Yeah, well, there's a lot of just
we're indoctrinated.
We are so indoctrinated
from the start.
every aspect of our nationalism and all the things that you talk about. If you talk about people who are like, they're really paying attention to what's happening and like listening to certain people, certain age groups, not to be ageist, but certain age groups have this idealism about what America was, what it should be, what it could be, what it could have been, and all of those ideas that we're like, well, these are the ideas that you're fucking programmed to think. This is why you think this way, instead of understanding how twisted and distorted everything really is and how all fundamentally lots of things needed to change for the better to affect the change that would be better for everyone. And it just seems like as we go, I keep seeing like more and more people like just like either they're associated with somehow because everybody's lost their morality because they don't have religion, or everybody's lost their morality because they're not American, or they lost their patriotism because they don't understand what being an American is, or why the world wars were fought and why all these other wars are fought. And like somehow if you can't get your head around it well enough to understand that you have to have imperialism, you got to have the war because, you know, grandpa fought the Nazis and so we could have this. But okay, but you know, all of those things are conflated. Like, you know what I mean? They all work together. The same machine that's running everything now is the same machine that ran everything back then and convinced all of those people that this was the absolute fucking pinnacle of fucking humanity. And it seems like that perspective is just ingrained in us, man. It's like so hard to escape. I'm like looking at it in myself going, wow, dude, you're a fucking jackass. Where do you get these ideas from? What is that? And then you look at it and you're like, whoa, okay, well, that was because I was made to stand in front of the flag for fucking, 10 years in school, fucking saluting an image, an ideal, a programming, an indoctrination.
But everybody calls about the USSR like the Soviets and communism and this and that. But like, what do they think that we're doing? We are allowing our children to be programmed. We have to break the cycle of all this. Yes. We have to just say, okay, we need to look at this from a fresh set of eyes and go, all right, let me take a step back now. Let me take a step back from everything that we've been indoctrinated with and everything. Like it's not easy. It's not easy to look at your whole life and then say, oh my gosh, they have programmed me my whole life.
Yeah, no,
and to challenge that, it's not an easy thing. But that's why we build the community that we're building. Right. That's why we're doing what we're doing.
Trying to be aware of this
questioning
that we're all programmed like this. Everybody who fucking everybody who's alive is going through the same exact indoctrination. The same exact guardrails are in place for everyone. And it's not going to change because it's all by design. And most people think, no, we have free will. No, motherfucker, you don't, because your shit's been decided. You can do this or you can do this. And those are your fucking choices. So just shut up and go back to work.
Our free
put your
will
head down
has been stripped
and
of
don't
us.
worry about how many fucking drones kill how many civilians in some other country that you don't even know where it is on the map. You know what I mean? Just stay oblivious and stay at work and keep in your, and do for you and your family. And that's it. And just be fucking myopic and don't worry about any of the other shit. Instead of see how your neighbor's doing next door. Fucking, do they need to fucking, borrow some fucking potatoes and sugar for the, till the end of the week or what? Whatever. Just be a human being to other human beings. And I think all of that indoctrination can kind of go away, because it does kind of go away when you just talk to each other. If everybody has a conversation with the next person and see where the fuck they are. Are you all right? You're not all right? Yeah, no, fucking shit's fucked up, dog. And here's why. And fucking, you know what I mean? Just be
truthful with it too.
Be truthful and be a fucking human. Just be a human. You don't have to do anything more than that.
If
you lend your ear and you hold that space with somebody as they fucking vent to you and tell you about their fucking days, maybe they're doing fantastic. Maybe they had fucking record fucking profits. It doesn't matter. Just the fact that you're being present with someone is the most important thing, and the thing that they're trying to keep us from doing the most.
I feel like it's even more important to do that with people that you don't know, because the people that you do know, that, you know what I mean? Like it's a different thing. Like if I reach out, like I talk to the people when I go to the grocery store, because I have Leo with me and he sits in the top of the shopping cart, like where the baby sits, right? He sits on, he has a bag. I call it his pouch. It's really like, it's a bag that is his bag that, like, when we would go out to shows and stuff like that all the time, he would like sit in the bag, or like he would actually sleep in there sometimes when I was dancing at the shows, stuff like that. Like, in and out. He's like, it's like my little kangaroo pouch. I made it. It's a patchwork corduroy. It's really cool. But, he sits, he sits on his bag in the cart. Baby. And yes, Leo is baby. And, I have people that I say hi to and I talk to that I probably would just pass right by in a grocery store mindlessly, right? Because it's just like, tunnel vision on. I just want to get out of the store. It doesn't work that way for me, because I have a service dog that is with me all the time, no matter what. People always, even if they don't come over and say hi, because sometimes people do, sometimes they don't. Sometimes I'm just not in the mood and I'm just like, yeah, no, not today.
Fuck off, you can't touch my dog.
But usually I'm like, yeah, come say hi. And Leo will stand up and like, be happy to greet them. And he loves it too. And, but it changes things. It breaks that ice that you have with a complete stranger, and it's an amazing thing, and it blows my mind. And I mean, this happens to me every time I'm out. Every time I am out, I get reactions of, oh my God, he's so cute, or oh my God, like just always.
It's very optimistic and joyful and innocent, and people just like, oh, what a cute little dog. And, you know what I mean? If you start a sentence with that with another fucking human, I mean, that's pretty good, starting point. Like, hey, your fucking dog is adorable. Can I pet him?
This guy at the store today, he came over to us and he just started like just oogling over Leo and telling us about his dog and how he was just like, I'm just so excited to go home right now to go see my dog now. And it just like totally made his day. And you could tell it made my day. And I might not ever see that guy again. I might see him, like tomorrow at the store or something.
Human Love Solidarity says there's a new glitch in the Matrix. If you say YouTube is great 3 times, it triggers the algorithm.
I don't know if I could say that.
I don't know if I could say it without vomiting.
YouTube is great for some things.
Buicks. Well, sorry, I didn't mean to go off and rant on like so hard, but I feel like that is the fundamental thing, and what Lucky was describing is like one of the many ways that you can, bridge that little tiny gap between you and your fellow person, and just fucking even just a fucking nod or a smile is it's priceless.
Hold the door, yeah. Your smiles are free.
Ranting is Ricky's job. That's right. I lost my head. I'm sorry, sir. I don't know what the fuck I was thinking. I just want everybody to be friends. God damn it. If not friends, at least fucking tolerant of each other. You bloody well know it.
Oh my God, Steve was listening to Jordan Peterson the other morning.
She comes down. What? Why are you listening to?
No,
Jordan
I
Peterson?
was not. I didn't come down anywhere. I was sitting in the same room as you.
Like I have to defend my love of Jordan Peterson. Come on.
And he's just like got Jordan Peterson on, and he's just going on, and I'm just kind of like. I kind of like just having my coffee, and I'm like, why are we like, what is going on with Jordan Peterson right now?
He's kind of interesting,
yeah, he is, but I was just like, what is going on? Like sometimes he's a little bit like, just like, if you're tuning him out and you suddenly are trying to pay attention, you're like, what the hell is happening over here?
He's kind of like if you do some acid and then somebody offers you a bump of ketamine, and then 10 minutes later you're talking about God and you're like, and you're stuck. That's Jordan Peterson to me. That's like his most inspired stuff. It just makes you go, huh? Did you? And you start to glitch a little bit. Your brain can't quite make sense of it.
This is
You're
why
afraid of the dragons.
This is why we are always fighting so hard for intentional communities, and like we want to figure it out. We want to figure out the plan. We want to figure out the place. We want to do this. Like
Little's like, yeah, we got to get together and get Stever's guitar vest.
Oh my gosh. Yes. There's a whole conversation about how Steve should have a vest with fringe.
Jenna K, it is Special K, the kitty, the Kathy, the whatever the hell they call it. I don't know. But I've been in that position before where I had that like brain lock that happens. It's almost like when you get brain freeze eating ice cream, except for it's like metaphysical. It's very similar though.
Well, I agree with what you were saying.
All right.
I feel like it's really important that we don't lose our focus, don't lose our humanity in this. Don't let the indoctrination divide us. Don't let people divide us, like really try to have that human connection, that compassion with just like everybody as much as you can.
And really understand fundamentally that, like Lady Alex says, just go into every situation knowing that everyone is an asshole until they prove different. They can prove different like within a millisecond, and you'll know, you know what I mean, instinctually. But that's the way you have to approach most things. Like just, it's a little cynical, sure, but it's fail safe. You take that to the fucking bank. Empathize, exactly. But everybody being nice to each other, at least just being tolerant of one another, and willing to talk to or hold the door for, or fucking help somebody who's, help just be a nice fucking human to another human is invaluable in this time. And I think
smiles are free, but they're worth a lot. Like
yeah.
They really, you never know. Like, I didn't have any expectation of speaking to somebody at the IRS today and making them have a better day, and hearing this lady just laugh so hard and her just saying like, you made my day. Like that made my day.
Drew just made my day. He just said, I'm on welfare and disabled currently, but I'll go on a deer hunt with my mason bow if somebody knows how to make a leather vest.
Oh my God.
That is so fucking rock and roll. Thank you, Drew.
Oh my God. Did you see what Ghost Art said?
That's amazing. What a Ghost Art. I missed some of
it's on the screen.
Down.
Are you on the screen?
I was on the thing. Oh, someone made a meme of Dr. Oz photoshopped on Steve Buscemi's "Hi, fellow kids" skateboard meme. Nice.
Oh, I need to see that one.
That sounds like quality.
Ghost Art, you should send it to Steve in on Twitter, and then I can
quality shit posting.
Exactly.
I love doing that.
That was fucking funny. That fucking one you had earlier, something about
the train.
They're on the train. How's your mom? Oh, it's
Oh, I
so,
love your
so
mom. joke.
fundamentally wrong that it's right. Welcome back, Snork. There he is. I see him
Perfect
now.
timing.
People are like, is Snork still here?
Sorry, I'm hardly able to walk right now, so
Oh,
just
Well,
going
you-
to the other room and back is quite a thing.
Are
for
we
me.
all a mess?
Yeah, we're all kind of fucked up, Snork. Go easy, my friend.
Okay.
even Guinness thinks so. She's like, yeah, Snork.
Yeah, Guinness is like, yeah.
Yeah.
Some woman took my car accidentally at the store, and I wordlessly gestured to it. She apologized. I said it's okay, I understand, when she pointed to hers to explain the mistake.
Nice.
Excellent. That's the best kind of thing.
We were just talking about how we need to be kind to our fellow humans.
Yeah, or at least human to them.
Yeah.
That's, doesn't
that kind of-
necessarily have to be kind, but
It's at least that golden rule, you know what I mean? Treat others how you
awful.
want to be treated, you know?
it's not the worst way to be.
Well, I'm cordial to everybody I pass
Yeah.
by.
You got to be at least some
Well, you
level
don't
of
have
cordial.
to be, but you could
You don't-
choose to be.
Well, I choose to be. I think that's right. You don't have to be. You could be a complete asshole all the time to everyone. And sometimes I'm an asshole, and that's okay. But the fact is that
That's okay. He says
it's okay with
that's
me.
okay.
I'm okay with it. I'm an asshole, so I don't give a fuck if you're okay with it or not.
But I will tell him he's an asshole when he's being an
But
asshole.
that's kind of the actual deal, It's like if I'm, I'm being an asshole, and chances are I'll probably tell you I was being an asshole.
yeah.
And I've come to terms with that I do not have as much control over my assholeness as I would like at all times, maybe.
But you're honest.
But I do try. I do
You're
try
an
to
honest person
I try
about
to
it when you're
contain it.
not being the asshole. Because when you're being the asshole,
That's right. I'll be completely
you're
dishonest.
not really like honest about the fact that you're being an asshole.
Holy shit.
Because you're being an asshole.
Fukushima has been leaking for 11 years, 3 months, and 13 days. It's been that fucking long since Fukushima.
I didn't realize it's been 11 years already.
I feel like the last decade has just been like 2 fucking years, right? And the time of the pandemic has been like, all of those 10 years all at once. All the events that happened in the last 10 years happened in 2 years, and it's exponentially speeding up.
Well, time started speeding up like crazy as soon as CERN went online and went to full capacity.
Yeah,
It went online and went operational in 2010, but it didn't go into full capacity at 100% until about 2012, I think. And then it was shut down during COVID for the marmot, with the marmot damage.
yeah, marmot
It
damage.
went operational again.
That really sucked that our marmot operative got stuck in there, allegedly. If Stever was a cartoon, he'd have a quiver of baby Jesus butt plugs and a whack-a-mole wallet.
Wait, what? What did I hear?
I love this show. This is the best cartoon ever. Oh man. No, I'm definitely I'll tell you the truth, Omar. I have been a fucking asshole, and I probably will be again. It's like the pranksters thing. Like, if you ever heard of the Merry Pranksters, Ken Kesey and the acid eating CIA fucking psyop bullshit. All of that actually
compounds in upstate New York, so I know all about
Yeah.
that.
Yeah, you do.
That's why there's so many hippies around Olyana, because they kind of
school.
either went up there or they traveled, and
That's why
Oh, my
festies that's why festies up there are fucking fantastic.
Yeah.
There's so many heady people in the woods there. But
Echo Lake has some pretty good festivals.
Drew's got it. Look, he said, right? Stop making everything a competition and just just help everyone. We need a jubilee.
yes.
We
But
should
that
be
whole
judging other people for their situations, because
That-
you don't know how they got there. I mean,
right. that idea of trying to be kind to everyone is a really fine ideal, optimally, you know. But the idea is really fundamentally from that's why I was getting back to the pranksters was it was like the merry pranksters are like, no matter how hard I try, eventually I'll lie to you about something. I don't want to. I don't mean to, but that's gonna happen. You know what I mean? So like they're the pranksters. You know what I mean? They just they would goof on you and stuff. And that idea of like, well, I know that I want to be a kind person and help you and everything, but I know eventually I'll probably lie to you about some fucking inane fucking bullshit because that's what humans do. And you know, if you try to get past that little fucking thing and just be, you know, another human to another human, I think you can we could probably get somewhere with that shit, that kind of thinking. It just seems like it to me on the surface anyway. I could be wrong. I have been once before.
Goodness, is so funny. She's so bad.
She's like,
She's
shut
not
up,
having to fucking mute because of her.
Yeah.
She's like, shut up, Steve. You're an asshole. Your dog told me.
Elle said she empathized with the woman and accidentally stole her cart.
And that worked out nicely, right?
Oh, because it was your actual cart, right? You're not talking about like a store shopping cart. You're talking about your own cart, right?
It's a thing though, Elle. Even though you don't lie, you will eventually, because you're a human being and you are fallible. And therefore, that's just the thing. You can go through every second of your day of every fucking moment in your life and try not to lie about anything. But chances are you're going to stretch the truth somewhere, somehow. And that's just a fact. So that makes you a merry prankster too. So there.
Popeye said he would have taken her cart. Oh, but it wasn't just like a shopping cart. What else did I forgot? See, Al, you were going to be mean.
See, you were lying in bed. You big liar. I don't know. It's just a theory I have. I could be wrong.
So,
like I said,
Fukushima, did you before I had seen stuff about mushrooms and
nothing.
sunflowers, about how sunflowers pull the contaminants up out of the ground, and also mushrooms can heal things too.
Yep.
I wouldn't eat the mushrooms afterwards.
Yeah, we have to
man.
think about it differently. So it doesn't remove them, but it transports it out of the ground. So basically, like there was one thing.
Then what is it? Yeah, what do you do with the thing?
Is there still like radiation happening after?
In the sunflower?
I actually volunteered to go to Fukushima when Obama put out the call for engineers. So I had radiation water removing experience.
Right.
So I was like, yeah, I should be one to get involved. And I got back the letter. We're only interested in people who can tell us how to get it restarted.
Wow.
We weren't interested in doing any cleanup. And
oh my god.
Eventually they didn't restart, but they basically do a shuffle where they keep the stuff harvested for 100 days and then basically release it instead of trying to filter it out. And they use the theory that if you dilute it enough, you can say it's zero.
Wow.
And I don't really go along with that myself, but
so all of that waste is just trickling into the environment, into the ocean mostly, probably.
Everything is basically.
Now, is there anything that could be done that you can tell us? That's not top secret.
Not top secret. They could remove it. There's when you're talking about radioactive materials, there's only a certain density of materials you can store together. So there was an incident it was a few years back where they put too much plutonium in the same area. And originally they just decided that the safest way to store plutonium long-term was in kitty litter. But they meant a kitty litter that was made out of basically a clay. The accountants saw that they were supposed to store it in kitty litter and said, instead of paying for that $10 a pound kitty litter, we could do the 50 cent a pound kitty litter. And they used something that wasn't clay-based. And instead it was flammable.
Oh, shit.
And as you put the different piles of plutonium close to each other, they start heating up. And they have fire in New Mexico, probably to the point where we should have evacuated Texas. And
what?
What the fuck?
Yeah,
When was this?
Type in WIPP plutonium fire. So it's not top secret. I'm not saying anything. It's not in the news.
Wow.
What day did that happen?
A little plutonium fire. Nothing to worry about, guys. Just move along.
What day did that happen?
That was like, what, 2000 and...
Try to
Look
find
this
it.
way.
8, 9?
What day did the aircraft MH371 go down?
This happened on February 4th, 2014. That's what it says.
What time? When did that Malaysian flight go down?
Now, is that the Malaysian flight that went down in the Indian Ocean, or the one that went down over Ukraine?
Oh yeah, there
Indian
was
Ocean.
2.
Indian Ocean? Okay. Because there was 2 different ones
Yeah.
Okay,
that were
so it was
both
all the
big
news
as
looking.
hell.
and that was flight what? Flight
I think it's 370 or 371.
370 sounds right. I was like obsessed with that.
the 8th of
Usually all
March.
the big stuff happens on days something other big that gets all the news people going.
That was the 8th of March. When was the plutonium fire?
February 4th, right?
February 4th. Yeah, a month
Took a
later.
while for everybody to know about it.
That's something that I hadn't really thought of until Obama was president. How they like realizing like how Clinton had done that a few times in the media, where you like try to take the attention off of one thing and put it on another thing, and it was like kind of really telegraphed. Like before they kind of got good at doing it. Like I remember seeing that, going, "Wow,
Remember,
that's a thing that they do."
Anytime I hear that the government putting out any kind of story about UFOs, I start looking at what am I supposed to be looking at in the news today?
Right.
yeah.
Yeah, because we know that one, right? That one's like set up for us, like, you know, like you were just reading the book, weren't you, Shelly? That's the whole fucking thing.
Oh, 2001: A Space Odyssey.
Yeah.
Yeah. Oh my God, the stuff that's in that book is, I'm just like, that Sounds like the right trajectory, like spot
It's like
on from 1968 till now.
It's like all of the dystopian novels are just like blueprints for big tech and for fucking, you know what I mean? Like that's what they've done. They've just adopted all of those philosophies and
Earlier
ideology.
today, I was looking into the novel, and because it only says it's written by Arthur C. Clarke, but apparently the novel was also co-written by Kubrick, and they were writing the novel and the screenplay concurrently, like at the same time.
Yeah.
So, like, the novel's basically a fleshed out version of the movie. And but there's like some weird stuff in there. I'm like, yeah. Well, I know Kubrick had some connections. He knew stuff.
Yeah. There's a few of them that definitely know more stuff than other people about things that people just accept as facts that are not necessarily facts.
But this is the same thing with that CRISPR.
Yeah.
One mistake, one person that thinks that they can save some money by switching which kitty litter they're using.
Right.
Where they didn't specify right that it had to be a clay-based kitty litter.
I remember this now. Okay. Yeah, I remember this. Yeah, it did just kind of drop out of the news, didn't it?
Uh-huh.
Mm-hmm.
Just a little plutonium fire, you guys. No big deal. We just mixed up the kitty litter. It's fine. That's weird.
It wasn't one barrel.
Wasn't it like a big chunk of the waste storage facility? It was like a pretty good chunk of it.
Yes.
It was like an underground fire, right? It was like an underground facility.
Did not stay underground.
Well, no, yeah, it didn't. Yeah, I remember this happening now.
Do you guys know if there's still coal fires burning in like Kentucky and West Virginia?
Yeah.
There's still stuff on fire, right?
Yeah.
All the way through Pennsylvania.
All the way through Pennsylvania. Yeah, that's what I thought.
Yeah,
I was wondering how that was progressing, if they would figure out a way to fucking extinguish that, but I don't think you can. That's like a natural thing that happens anyway, too, right? I mean, like in nature.
The one is Centralia, Pennsylvania. You can't even go in there anymore.
I'm sorry, what did you say, Snork?
It'd be like fracking.
Like fracking.
You'd have to pump a whole lot of high pressure stuff in.
To extinguish the flame.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. I wondered about that. Like, the physics of that. Like, how do you fucking get rid of that? And like, if that happened in like, fucking Mesozoic time when there's fucking volcanoes everywhere or whatever, you know what I mean? That stuff, that kind of thing has occurred at other times, I'm sure, whether it was from man or not.
The coal used to be plant debris.
Right.
And it was all of the coal on the planet was made about the same time. So what happened was a bacteria figured out how to eat the coal, started munching on it. And as it started getting through it, it just ate through it all really fast. And then it was done, then they all died.
Okay.
And so when you look for coal, you're looking for stuff that's in different age ranges.
So that's a biological thing that happened, like something ate. That's what processes coal. I didn't realize that. That's wild. I thought it was like
Same
pressure and stuff. Yeah. I figured oil, but I didn't think of it in that.
I say like oil is like the lube of the earth. You know what I mean? Like you can't just take that away and expect that things aren't going to happen. Like
things are going to shift.
Like it's going to become abrasive. That's the way the lube works. I mean, that's literally what it is.
Water's the main lubricant of the planet. Oil is recent. Oil was from recent, less than 240 million years, I guess. But oil is from marine bacteria. Bacteria is it? Do I have it right? Bacteria it's microorganisms that break down.
Right.
That produce the oil. And you could do it right now. You can go out and still get the same organisms, put them in a pile of slurry of manure and water, and you're going to get new oil. You just have to cook it up and bake it down to get the stuff to.
You just got to have the right recipe, right? You got to have the right kind of yeast. You can fucking do it.
So we could literally make the oil that we need.
Yeah, but we need a source of manure. We just don't have it.
Come on, humans are so shitty. Come on, really? Lucky says no drive honking the planet. You're gonna need to get some of that slick stuff.
Yeah,
we have enough manure in Iowa to replace Saudi Arabia.
Okay,
that's incredible.
That's wait a minute. We're trying to reduce the patties.
I'm saying, like, we have a lot of poop we could do stuff with.
So we have all the answers to do the things the way that could be done, that could be more beneficial, that could stop so many harms, but instead of buying the kitty litter with the clay, we bought the 50-cent kitty litter without the clay.
I made a computer that used tens of thousands of dollars worth of memory. And company I was working with, I put in an order for these memory boards. They went to like office supply store and said, these are cheaper, and got me a board you write on with a a pen, so I can take the notes for your laundry, or on your refrigerator. And they said this is more expensive. Let's just get, or cheaper. Let's just get this instead of all that money.
Damn.
So there's all these communication errors that are constantly happening.
Yep.
And we're trying to do everything the cheapest way possible, and we're not thinking about it, of how many things we could be doing. There are so many things we should be doing. Glass. We should be using more glass. We should be using the Southwest heat to melt the glass, not fossil fuels to heat. Using the heat that's already there, just amplifying it with a little bit of going. There are so many ways we start
magnifying glass. Yeah.
And there are so many ways that we can start be putting people to work, paying them to do these jobs. We've got to stop having everybody in ghettos. We need to be able to say, okay, what work will you ever be able to do in New York City? Never. There's large sections of people who will never be able to work in New York City. You got to get them out of there, and they've got to give them a path to working. So what happens in a life where we have a lot of people that are built up into a system of where eventually many of them turn to crime? Mm-hmm. Well, if you're in a situation where it looks like life is never going to be in your favor, that everything that you do is for the benefit of somebody else, and always at your expense, how long are they going to stay in that environment? We have to make sure that as many people as possible feel it's beneficial to be part of our country, if we want the country to be a success. Right. We can't have large segments of the people designated to be fodder. We can't have the most likely way for people to get a job when they get out of high school to go over and shoot at people.
Right.
Now, I am not anti army. I believe the day that we do not have an army, we will be taken over. It's one of the horrible things about life is that there are constantly other people that want to take advantage of us. I'm not pro-war. I don't want to start a war. I don't want things going on. But I do think that we have to be able to be a deterrent. There's a big difference between deterrent and overlord. And
it's a big difference between deterrent and empire. Like we don't have to be an empire, fundamentally. I think I agree with you.
Much of a profitable empire taking care of ourselves.
That's what I think. I think we could profit each other if the empire was geared towards each other instead of, running the world and this tiny percentage of people profiting from these horrible fucking calamitous wars that never end. It's ridiculous. I agree that you have to have some sort of protection in place, and you know what I mean, the Army and the Marines or whatever. It makes sense to me in that regard, but using whole classes of young men and women as cannon fodder for their crazy corporate wars, you know what I mean? Like just only benefiting the weapons manufacturers mostly and our politicians that are in their pockets. It's just nonsense. It doesn't have any reason for me to have any kind of nationalistic fucking pride in our country behind that. You know what I mean? There has to be some kind of integrity there. First of all, the idea of protecting ourselves, I'm with you 100%. But after that, you know what I mean? All the other things that we do and all the collateral damage of that mindset and that boosting of that class of people, that upper middle class that are enjoying the fucking rewards, whether they're paying top dollar for gas or not, they're fucking, you know what I mean? Their stocks are doing fucking great at Raytheon right now. You know what I mean? Like that kind of thing has to be like inverted, you know what I mean, for us to be successful and have a country that everyone could be fucking proud of and everybody can rally to champion. You know what I mean? I want to have a country that I'm proud of and that I champion and that I'm working with all my other countrymen to make a better place to live for our children and for the future. That's ideally, those things don't have to be. I don't have to be indoctrinated into thinking that way. That's just common sense to me.
No, but to make a transition from living in a life where you've never had a chance to get ahead to being there needs to be steps to get there.
Yeah, I agree.
Along the way, they can get there, and it's a healing to get back. And when I went into these areas in New York City, I just looked at it as building after building after building, and the only purpose I could see from them there is for the landlords to make money.
Yep.
And that really most of the people in New York, when it was there as a financial institution, was when people had to manually do the math. We had all of these people there just doing the math for all the financial work.
Right.
And we had all the people there to support them. When the computers came in, we did not need all these people in there anymore. And the people just stayed there. They can't get work, and it just becomes generation after generation of large areas that can't get anything done.
Right. And the trauma that results from that, is worse for the next generation, and so on and so forth. Absolutely.
But then you can't just immediately move and think, okay, come to this next place, be Mr. Wonderful, and you're going to get by. No, it's not going to be easy for people to transition. And there has to be transition steps, not like living in a prison, but like saying, okay, we're going to go to here, we're going to get some skill sets, and we're going to see what we can rebuild in the skill sets. If we have to take somebody that's currently on welfare and we have to pay for them to go to school for another 15 years, that's still better than for lifetime not having them ever go back to work.
Absolutely. Any sort of pathway like you're describing, you know what I mean? And incentivizing that for the person on the other end of that pathway to want to provide that way towards a way out, you know what I mean? Whether it's education or whatever thing it is that's leading them out of a terrible, situation, the whole generation that you came from, there's two generations of people that couldn't get jobs, that, I lost my dad because we sold drugs and there was gangs on the corner, and all of these things that are repercussions from not providing those sorts of transitions and pathways. I think that's that's like a really fundamental thing. Like I was talking about the idea of talking to people just in general, that sort of community thing that's lost and that division that's put between all of us. If you break that down and provide some of those pathways that you're talking about, you know what I mean? Those could be the first steps to, like, big change, big healing things. We could do amazing things that are not just the virtue signals and, you know what I mean, Band-Aids on serious wounds.
For instance, all over the country, we're digging up as much limestone as possible, grinding it up into rock for the roads. There's no reason that over 75% of that rock that's being currently couldn't be glass that is being repurposed and laid in. The glass is not going to rot away or anything like that. But what happens when you're looking at the side from the side point of view of the people who get paid to do the roads? Now, if you think about its weathering, let's look at Norway's roads. Why did Norwegian roads last 25 years and ours last 2? What are they doing differently in more extreme situations than we have here?
Materials, I would imagine, right? I mean,
yeah, it's partly materials. They actually grind up some tires and put them underneath the road.
Yes. Yep.
So
they do that in Florida as well. In certain places in Florida, I know the state roads, certain places where I lived in Ocala, there was a whole bunch of chunks of new road that were just beautiful banked, roads like they make in Florida, and them things have been perfect since they put them in. And I was probably 17 or something when they were making.
Here we go by who put out the lowest bid, who got whatever, or sometimes even sealed bids. And to me, we have to rethink about how we redo things. Yeah. And but like I said, there's a lot of ways we could be recycling. My town doesn't even recycle glass. And I'm like, hey,
it's weird. I had a job. There's a place called Glass Containers here in was in Dayville, Connecticut for I don't know, 75 years or something, a wicked long time. And it was a really old mill and lots of people worked there. And, that like supported a lot of families, they paid well. And one of the first jobs I ever had was going around collecting glass with this guy, Bud Shepard, who had this like big old double clutching 1947, friggin' 2-ton pickup truck. And we'd load that sucker up with glass barrels and bring them to the glass containers and throw them on the scales and he'd get paid, and I get my little pay and stuff. And that was a cool job. I really, really enjoyed it because we just like drove around and talked about music and smoked cigarettes and picked up bottles everywhere, and people would have literally all of their glass that they use broken in a bucket, 55-gallon drum that we could come over with a hand truck and put on the truck. Like he'd have like, I don't know, 10 or different neighbors and things and restaurants where they just like all their glasses, all their pickle jars, all their stuff just went in that one bucket. And it was like the only way it was separated was clear glass, green glass, and brown glass. I remember that.
And another one for me is when ships get old, we take them out and sink them.
Yeah.
And to me, it's a large part of a mountain just to get one ship. And realistically, we should be saying, I don't care if it was a war vessel that went down. We need to go out and recollect that rather than tearing down a mountain. And we need to be thinking about the continuity of the planet rather than the continuity of what happened. And like I said, I know it was a horrible thing that, people got killed with these ships going down, but
sure,
realistically, no, we don't need ships everywhere on the bottom of the ocean. And that would be one huge way to reduce it. Now, it's going to take energy to move that. And we need to be rethinking about how we're going to displace energy. Mm-hmm. So in energy management, we talked about batteries earlier. We can store things chemically, how batteries react and interact, or we could store them as capacitors. Now, there's also blends halfway between where we store the different energies as electrical state differences. And right now, we're not at the point where we can use capacitors to replace batteries all. But we need as much money in research in these things as we do that basically are gifts to the oil company every day.
Right.
Well, I mean, I've seen about what happens with all the clothing that, we all think that, I guess there's all these clothing places that do, and people that buy clothes and that don't wear clothing for the life of the clothing. They wear it for the season and then they donate it. And these companies are, it's this really bad cycle. And then a lot of times the clothes that are donated here in the US are shipped overseas, and there's beaches that are just filled with clothing. And then if you think about it, all the little pieces of scrap like fabric and like kind of like it creates this whole long strands of like fabric that kind of like meld together, and then they end up in the bottom of the ocean. So like all these things that are ending up in the bottom of the ocean, all these storage containers, like the vessels go over, or we lose those, and they just let them, they just go down, and that's it. Like they're just in the ocean, and that's it.
Huge storage containers full of all sorts of things.
It's
just
like
all kind of different sort of.
We don't have a recyclable economy. It's all disposable.
Yeah.
Everything has become disposable. It's like you break your vacuum. Oh no, you don't buy the replacement parts. Like if something breaks for me, I'm like, okay, I need to order a new hose, or I'm gonna get the belt, or I'm gonna, I want to replace the things
or whatever. Yeah.
But for most, it's my vacuum. Oh, I've had it for a while. I'm just gonna, I'll just throw it away and get a new one. But in all honesty, we're throwing things away that are still useful and still like. And instead of having an economy of and like a culture of we recycle things, we give them new life. We find instead of that, we just create more and more and more. It's like the same concept of how they just keep adding more money into our economy, whether you call it printing or you know what I mean, however you want to think about it. They're just adding more and adding more, but we need to use what we have and stop just adding and adding and adding. Like it feels like we've added all that we need. We really have. And now it's time for us to start looking at it in a different way where it's a recycling thing.
I think we should actively do what I used to do when I was like 12. My dad worked at his parents' shop in Providence, Rhode Island, electric motor repair and compressor shop. And we would get all these electric motors that were toast or whatever, and we'd burn them in the barrel and pull out all the windings. And I'd have like this big barrel full of copper by the end of it, and that was like to get my allowance. I would do that, you know what I mean? And my dad would bring it to the metal shop or whatever and get paid for it. I'm like, we should just fucking do that, because every time we see vacuums, we see fans, we see air conditioners, we see all of these things on the side of the road that people are just throwing away. And there's valuable components in all of that stuff. Old computers, our
landfills,
all kinds of stuff are just chock full of things that could be fucking repurposed, and just, you know what I mean, with a very little bit of effort, you could actually make a couple bucks if you hustle,
Yeah. Because
I remember I would get like $100 every time we filled that barrel up. I don't know how much my dad was getting, but he'd give me $100 bill when he come back from work. And that was like, fucking tremendous in 1979 or 7,
So imagine if we had our actual intentional community, and we had, like where it was a recycling, like community, like where it's not just like recycling, like you're thinking, your plastic and your paper and all that. No, like I'm talking clothing recycling, repairing things, not going and just replacing and getting new. And having a community in that same way, with all the smart people that we have, even in our community that we have now, this small community, this small niche of people that we have.
A lot of talent.
I mean, oh my gosh, it's amazing. It's amazing the people that we have. We have people that know how to build and that know how to garden, that, like we have the people that we need to do anything. We just need the space and the commitment and the drive.
Hey there, Phoenix.
For our intentional community to really begin and really expand. And I say we take back the land that Bill Gates has acquired.
Okay, so how much did I miss while I was out?
I don't know. That was weird. You're like disappeared, and then
she had to take goodness for.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
You missed all of the excellent talk about providing places for people in repressed areas and bridges to success, like trying to provide pathways to get from the ghetto to somewhere, sustainable and a place to advance from.
Investing in our people
instead of
with
using
education.
them for fodder.
Even if it's 15 years of somebody needing to go back to school because they're on some sort of assistance so they can't do, you know what I mean? Like, it doesn't matter. We invest in our people. We invest in our community. Like, that's how we do it. And we're talking about not having everything just being like the economy, how it's just like, it's like consume, add more, instead of looking at the bigger picture of it and really trying to figure out how we can recycle and reuse. And Snork was talking about how even when the huge like ships sink in the ocean, we shouldn't just let them just go and sink into the ocean. We need to figure. We have the solutions to these things. We just have to enact them and stop doing the bargain bin way of things.
Yeah. Quit trying to make them optimum profits and just do things because they're the right things to do.
Yeah. Yeah, and we need to have the conversations to have that happen. But people are so indoctrinated with the way that things like have always been. It's like they can't even envision having something different. They can't envision having a community. But these, I think that the smaller intentional communities, and
I'm with you, Drew.
they are popping up. They are happening, and I feel like that's what it's going to kind of become. I think we're going to end up having, there's going to be communities that kind of pop up and grow among themselves, and that's just where we're going to have to focus our energy towards. If that's what we want, we have to put it
Processing
towards it.
and composting food is my superpower.
I think more people than not want that.
Yeah.
Being bedridden for a couple of weeks, it's like things that I've been doing when I'm bored. Oh, it's so dark in here. So I think I made myself a little. Where's my lights? Oh, this is where the camera is. My screen's over here, but my camera's in front of me. So it's basically a little holder for my glasses. My cell phone just flops down on there, automatically starts charging, and then the one in my bedroom just is clipped to my bed. So when I get in bed, I just slap my phone in, and then it's charging.
Oh, that's really cool.
That's a cool charger.
Bored. I'd be in bed and I'd set my glasses down. I'd lose my glasses. So I wanted a place where I could put my glasses.
Necessity is the mother of invention.
It is.
Yeah.
It really is. So what's everybody doing in this chat over here?
Well, Drew says he likes writing poems as a kid. Then he moved from the country and met friends who liked freestyle. Now he got good at that. Now he just writes stuff but never gets to perform it. So that means that tells me that I should just
have Drew on the show.
Have Drew on the show, or for that matter, I could like send him weird music and shit that he could freestyle over.
Yeah, like do it. See,
yeah.
Yeah,
I enjoy that. A couple of
Steve
times
does it with Popeye and Jim. They do like a whole. They have like their whole little like thing where they make music.
We had a long distance duo thing with
I knew it's
Jim,
so
who used
cute.
to live in Boston, who lives in Oregon now. He's a really good keyboard player, and but yeah, dude, we can make some fucking tunes, and I'm just figuring out how to do Ableton, and Bella Lagrisi is going to help me, I think, understand how to do it better, because I'm on like virtual tutorial number 17 or something, and I have no fucking idea what the hell is going on. There's so many things that this thing does. It's like, what the fuck?
But that's what our community does. That's how we we learn things is with each other.
Yeah. Well, that's what I mean. There's enough people that already know how to use that. I have other friends too that are helping me. Like, oh, let me know if you need any help, because I've been using that since it came out and shit. And this is like version number 11 or something now. I'm like, okay. I'm just trying to figure out. So this is a multi-tracker too. Like you can record yourself and then record other. Whoa, and it has drum beats
Phoenix.
in it, and like it's just fucking mesmerizing. It's tremendous. I'm really starting to like it. I think I'm gonna turn into one of those EDM dudes eventually, because it's fun. It's fun to make beats.
Do you know Reese Fulber?
Reese Olber. That sounds
He's got
familiar.
a whole bunch of bands. One of them is called. I'm forgetting already. Problem being sick. I don't have any memory. One of them's called Conjure One. Another one. I just got to look it up.
That sounds familiar.
Is it like a DJ dude, like an EDM kind of guy, like playing electronic
more
music?
like a music producer. It's spelled RHYSFULBY.
I'm pretty sure I've seen
Yeah.
that before.
And okay, so he's got one called Frontline Assembly that I believe is EDM.
Mm-hmm.
Let's see what other ones. Delirium is one of his groups. You might not know Delirium right off. Have you heard of a woman called Sarah McLachlan?
Oh yeah.
She did one called Silence for them. That was their
Neat.
their song.
Delirium sounds really familiar.
Yeah,
Yeah,
I mean it was a big one.
Those names you just mentioned sounded like something that other friends of mine had said to me in 2015 or something. Like those sound like familiar.
So he has a whole bunch of bands that he keeps going around, and he
check that out.
participates in other bands and helps them get their music going. And I've been wanting to go to a concert, and of course, there have been no concerts, the last 3 years.
Right.
And before that, for the years before that, really didn't have much ability to do anything. My wife was dying for quite a bit. Then I came out here to take care of my father.
Right.
And then I went into teaching, which I thought would be a vacation, and is actually a lot of work.
Well, then you definitely need a concert, Snork. You need a couple of those.
I'm going.
My
to go
advice,
see,
as your hippie doctor, I think I advise you to get as many concerts in as you can.
I was going to go see Roger Waters, and I have tickets for in July, and I went to see.
Nice.
I went to see Blue Man Group last month.
Sweet.
But I was going to go see.
See, Blue Lives Matter. It's Blue Man Group, and the only Blue Lives that I know of.
Those are the only blue lives I can think of. Wow.
But I had a bunch I wanted to go see in Europe, and I couldn't go to Europe this summer. I mean, when it came down to May, or not May, but back in February when I really needed to make the decision, everything was looking like Europe was going to be shut down again, and they kept postponing things. So I didn't want to go, but I wanted to go see AHA had a final tour they were going to do. It was going to be out in Oslo. I wanted to go see their final one in Oslo.
Have you ever been to Summer Camp Fest out there? I believe it's in Iowa. I want to say it's in Iowa. It might not be. It might be another state, but close to Iowa. Illinois, maybe. It's a really good size, like a Bonnaroo sized festival where they have 50, 75,000 kids. And
there's a bunch, but when I was working, I would be so busy. When I was not working, I'd be so poor.
Right. I know the feeling, bro. Yeah. That's funny.
That's so true, though.
Uh-huh.
It
But
is.
I do recommend as much music as possible at all times for the best life.
When bands came through the state, oftentimes I thought it was because they were doing it on a court-ordered thing, but they'd stop in to see my grandmother, and it used to be they'd play at her hospital, and I always thought it was to tick off some requirement for not getting put in jail or something. But all these really big bands would stop in to see my grandmother, and her house blew up, and it was just so sad that all of these signed albums, like a stack of maybe 2 feet thick, all destroyed.
Oh my gosh.
That's a fucking drag.
Yeah.
Yep.
Only was able to save one. It was a band one of my friends liked. Gave it to my friend. He joined a church where they banned they had a thing where they burned all of their records.
Oh,
I knew that was coming. I was like, no.
That is like textbook sad story. God.
And my guess is, that album signed was probably, it wasn't a small group, was probably worth like 3,000 or 4,000.
Damn.
Oh.
That's really crushing. That's like the same kind of level as I was telling everybody a couple shows ago about losing all my ticket stubs. I had like all my ticket stubs from my youth until I guess it was around 30, 32. I think I was 32. And I had them stored at my mom's in her shed in Florida, and a Herman Survivor boot box. And it was like all, rubber band together, this, Grateful Dead tour from here to this, and then all of these random shows, and lots of tickets from going to see Max Creek. And they would give you ticket stubs from shows that already happened. So you like go there on a Wednesday night and you get a ticket stub that says like Bonnie Raitt and James Taylor from 1972 or whatever. So I had like all these rare fucking weird tickets.
Oh, that's cool.
And it was fantastic and beautiful and everything. And I got to show them off a bunch of times. And then the last time I went to go get the box, it was soaking wet and it was fucking completely molded. They were all like squished together into one mass, like they were turning into crude oil. They were breaking back down.
Oh,
And that's, it's the same kind of sadness as record albums like that. You know what I mean? It's like irreplaceable stuff.
Elle said that we should do an open mic. That would be really cool.
Hell yeah.
We should host an open mic.
Yeah, that'd be fun.
Yeah, we could do open mic. All no problem.
Yeah, would you guys be down? We should do an open mic on one of your streams.
Yeah, we'll just call it open mic.
Yeah, we could do it on either one of our channels.
It'll be like a bad coffee house, There'll be like
Might
several
be a
drunk
good
guys,
coffee house.
several drunk, questionable dudes in the corner. It'll be great. People reciting poetry.
Phoenix, I'm glad that you made it. Phoenix said, ironically, the government pissing people off is pushing people to go back to nature and off-grid living faster. The empire's greed is causing them to self-sabotage, and people's time to rise is now. Absolutely. Absolutely.
Agree with that. I see the same thing happening. It's really funny today. My sister and I were talking about all the crazy shit going on lately. And she's like, it feels like we're just one big experiment and they're just seeing how we react to all this shit. Like, that's not usually her train of thought. I mean, she's the government, but, that's a little different.
To me, it's like, I don't understand how it's happening, but it seems like more people that might be a little older, Generation Xers and boomers and stuff, seem to be, something happened within the last 2 years of this pandemic and all the repercussions of such, that your traditional way of thinking about things has been upended. Like, it seems like I meet more and more people and hear from more and more people in my basic age group, anywhere from, people born from the middle 60s to the middle 80s, all have this like thing where they're all kind of like waking up and becoming more aware of, all the fucking bullshit that they've been fed their whole life. Well, like, people are just like, I see.
Everybody feels they feel there is something grossly off.
Yes.
And there's so much off that they can't quite put their finger on it.
That's what I mean. Just that question, that little that suspicion that everybody has, that, you know what I mean? That there's something other than this malaise that we've all been in for fucking, 50 years. There's more going on than, fucking meets the eye. And I think everybody's had that feeling since maybe the 70s, but it just took until now. It took until, recently for me to fucking realize a lot of things. So I think there's a door opened up or a window or some kind of awareness happened.
I think there's a big energy shifts.
Yeah.
There was big energy shifts that have been happening.
I think their plans are going to backfire, and they're going to backfire magnificently. It might get bloody, it might get nasty, but I think it's going to be huge the way it backfires, I think.
Well, I see them trying to do things, but they have one thought and they work on it don't think what's going along with that. For instance, in orbital mechanics, if you're going this direction and you want to go down, you can't fire a jet up and go down. So like if you have two things going beside each other and you want the one to go down, if you actually press up, it's going to go like this, go under and come back up and hit the other one. And this happens in psychology and everything else. There are so many things that people aren't thinking about. Oh, nothing ever happens alone. It always happens with a bunch of factors. They don't hit the other factors to control for it, and it's going to bite them in the butt. Now, I don't want the cops to be going endlessly. I really hate this thing of where the cops just can seize anything they want. Right. But I believe that if we did not have the police, crime would just be rampant. So we do need some police, but we need police with control. And personally, I think, again, we start thinking about what we're doing, we have to rethink it. So we're running our police like we're in 1850. And what
we need
really
communities is what we need.
Well,
I think we need
get back to being community based. You
know,
know?
the police shouldn't make all their decisions. They should have on their shoulder a connection to a judge, and they shouldn't be able to shoot somebody and say, "Okay, shoot them." They shouldn't. They should have constant supervision, not just by the cop that's their boss and say, "Go ahead and shoot him. I'll knock him off at somebody else." No, right. Somebody doesn't report to the same person as you. They can say, "No, that is not something that is allowed. You want to continue that, you'll be a criminal." And we have that technology now,
like the robot ear, the robot earpiece, the RoboCop earpiece. Yeah,
earpiece. We could do full telemetry. We've had the capability for quite some time. We could be saying, "Well, okay, what's your heartbeat? Why is your heartbeat bumping so hard if you're just sitting there in a car? Are you thinking about something?" These are things we wouldn't have a problem monitoring a person for. Why aren't we monitoring somebody that's armed and going out and we're saying it? If the thing is right, you can shoot someone. Well, I'm saying now that we have the ability to monitor stuff like that, we should. Is that an extra cost?
I agree.
Yes, it is.
I agree. All of those.
We have tons of the people coming out of the military with these skill levels that have no jobs.
Oh, definitely. Definitely
screwed.
I think ultimately that's a great idea, and that like you said, that the surveillance of average citizens is just as invasive as that. So why the fuck not pay attention to every aspect of what the police are doing and monitor them at all times? Because they have weapons, they're out there supposedly to protect and serve, other than the 1%, and property for that matter. They're supposed to be protecting human lives. And if there's somebody else who actually, as long as it's not an AI fucking device, maybe, you know what I mean, controlling the cops, because that's like the next scenario, right? That's the next logical step. Well, we believe that Bob was really good at his job and he did a good job watching those cops, but Bob 2.0 is much better and doesn't fail as often.
There's no reason for the number of people that we have, we can't be using them.
Yeah,
people.
I agree.
Actual people. We have so many people. Basically, an insurance agent is being paid to. What are they doing?
Yeah.
What do they add? So basically, to me, you're basically something from the donation system.
Mm-hmm.
The getting elected. Somebody's basically making sure that you're paid. And then you're being able to have a large salary from being an insurance agent to basically fund or make a little payment to the different parties. I'm probably getting incomprehensible. I'm getting so tired.
We love talking to you, Snork, man. Thanks for hanging out with us. This is fun.
What did you think about that, Shelly?
I mean, the police forces have never been perfect, but it used to be. The police in every town, every city were from that city or whatever. And the police that, like, even in bigger cities, the police that did patrols in neighborhoods, they came from those neighborhoods. And now, for for instance, Oneonta used to be, you know, the police force was mostly from the area at the very least. Most of them from Oneonta. And then now it's like almost all people from like Long Island, New York City, in that region, Staten Island, and it's, I mean, OPD is just OPD, but it's gotten more corrupt over the decades since these, and now it's a training facility, which I can't comprehend the fact that it's a state training facility now.
Hmm.
They're
man.
so corrupt too. But yeah, it definitely changes when you bring people like outsiders into a police force.
Yeah. I've had that problem before, Jenna Colby. As the police don't want you to touch their horses, and when you're in New York City, they will
I don't.
they will just step on you with their horses,
Or their dogs.
or they'll step on your dog. They'll step on anything. They don't give a fuck.
Well, no,
They're
I mean
just-
like the police dogs. You
well,
can't
yeah,
say hi
no,
to the
don't
police
touch
dogs.
them either, because you know they're police.
They're
You
on the
can't just
job.
go up to some cute cop and be like, "Oh, you're a good boy," and just start petting him. That would be awesome if you could do that.
I bet my sister could get away with that.
Depends on the person, I guess. You know,
Yeah.
if the person who's really really cute and you know not throwing off like kill me vibes and stuff, then I think they probably could walk up to any cop pretty much and pet them on the head.
I think I mean, we have to look at the overall, like you know, like kind of like the theme of what we've been saying is looking at the overall picture of everything. So look at why we had police to begin with. It was to recapture slaves. So instead of having like police, like I don't feel like they need to have the power that they have, that you should have police in your community that aren't from your community. Like there's all these ways for us to make it like bring it back down to a human level.
Well,
And
we
that's
gotta
what we need to
rethink.
do.
We gotta rethink of what their role in the community is. Like we gotta completely rethink like the whole system, and do it from just like I said, like community based, like making sure everybody's looked after, and you know, gets criminals when crimes happen. And when you make sure everybody in the community is taken care of, you're gonna drop crime considerably.
Absolutely.
So it's
Well,
really
and when
a
your community
multifaceted
doesn't
thing.
need to be, you don't need to be criminals. Like you don't need to do those things because you have the security of your community supporting you. Like
Right.
Snark was
Or-
saying, like
and you have those
guaranteed
pathways.
jobs.
You have those choices that
You
you
have
can make.
support. You know, you're not gonna need to do that. You know, like
Or less and less, that's for sure.
yeah.
I mean, you're never gonna completely get rid of crime. There's always gonna be people that you know love that stuff, but you know high crime is because society is crumbling in some fashion. It's one or more factors. You know, if there's an imbalance, it's going to make crime rise.
Yep. It's always about balance for sure.
Yeah, shedding your ego, accepting, like, you know, like just accepting your neighbor. You don't have to love your neighbor. I don't care if you love your neighbor, but accept that they are who they are and they need to let you be who you are. And coexisting, you know.
The horse and dog things as weapons. You know, I drive through 10 miles of Amish every day, and I don't like to see the horses being used for dragging people through 95-degree weather down the road. I don't like to see them out there being used as tractors. You know, I do think that the animals do need to be treated well. I don't realize they have to have a purpose for what they're doing, but when I see them being used in something that I wouldn't want to be doing in 95 degrees,
Right.
You know, I don't like also seeing the animals out in 30-degree below weather. You know, I think they should have a shelter, and I do not like that.
Yeah, that's unreasonable.
Yeah.
I don't think that's unreasonable at all.
I live
There
in
was
Amish. I live in Amish country, and they're terrible to their animals.
Are we
But because
neighbors?
of the religious thing, and being, being separate from the English people for so long, for so many centuries, like it's you can't really catch them with anything unless they do it off their own property.
I'm in Northeast Iowa. Somebody asked if we're neighbors. But another that somebody was mentioning the AI, and AI I feel is completely wrongly used. I don't think of AI as sentient beings, and I really think of them as just really tight and sometimes not well thought out patterns of how programs are done. And that we have a lot of articles on the news, and again, I feel that mostly a lot of the articles we see on the news are misleading to get clickbait. Constantly,
Yeah.
oh, the guys have come alive and whatever. No, I even don't even know if people are really more than patterns.
What do you think about the guy, the Google engineer who worked with the AI chat program, and he's like a theology professor guy who became convinced that the AI chat he was talking with was sentient, and Google
40
fired
other
him and
engineers-
said no way. And
Isn't it
40
from a
other
quantum
engineers that were
computer
involved
too?
with the project said no.
Yeah.
And that, that he was unable to be able to recognize the own patterns and how they came out. I mean, a lot of people these days would have been fooled by ones that we used 40 years ago.
Sure.
The ones that, is this think of an animal, then it's a dog or cat, what's the difference? And it used to get pretty quick within a day or two of training how to ask questions and whatever. And realistically, if you do not have good thought to go in to figure out how to tell and how to make it go, it's not going to be a good model of
that's
the
what I mean.
universe.
Somebody unwittingly could easily believe that sort of thing was true, that you know what I mean, that a thing could be sentient, and because they don't see the patterns, you know what I mean, what do you think the possibilities are that they advance to that point, you know what I mean, where they obviously 3 out of the 4 guys were like, no, that's bullshit, and one of them was like, no, but this rings all the bells, with the spirituality and everything, and
with our current level, I would not say our current levels of technology, no. One that I did back in 1991 or 1992, I mean, it basically had a lot of the mechanics, because I did one that would predict when maintenance needed to be done to a machine. It had the mechanics so convinced that it was God in a box, that if somebody told them that something was wrong with the machine on the floor after using it for just 6 months, they would drop everything, go to my office, and ask me how the machine was running. my computer had we would print out a little thing for them telling it how it was going. Or they'd say, it doesn't seem to be working right. They'd say, when do you think we need to fix it? And we could predict, 2 or 3 hours out eventually, when there would need to be a maintenance. So they could say, okay, let the people go to lunch, and while they're at lunch, get the maintenance crew in and work. It kept our machines up a lot longer.
Yeah.
Wow.
That must enhance productivity a lot, just being able to anticipate a little bit, even, it sounds like you got it dialed in pretty fucking close. That's wild.
Saved about 8 to 18 lives a day.
Wow.
That's amazing.
Yeah, man.
And
That's good
people
work.
don't bring this things up like that when they talk about AI.
Well,
And
anything.
at the
I think
time-
anything can be used for a beneficial or non-beneficial purpose.
Yeah, all technology is like that. It's
We-
not
Everything,
inherently
everything can
bad.
be used in a beneficial way. We just have to challenge the thinking that isn't beneficial and make, you know what I mean, and bring attention to the things that are beneficial and say, well, we can do it this way and this is beneficial and this is why. But
we didn't even think it was AI at the time. We considered it just a well patterned out system for figuring out what variables we needed to control and predict for.
Right. That's funny.
And,
Dave, your hard drive is about to fail. How do you feel about that, Dave?
Speaking of, I still only have 2 pages left of that book.
I was waiting for you to say that.
Don't talk about the ending. Who does not want to know about Darth Vader?
Yeah, the HAL 9000 stuff in the book is slightly different than in the movie. And I like that it fleshes out like the thought processes and stuff and the background and the history of building HAL 9000 and
No spoilers.
I'm not spoiling it.
I'm just kidding.
I mean, you've seen the movie, right?
Oh yeah, a few dozen times.
Yeah,
On a few
it's been so
different
long
consciousness
since I
levels.
watched it. It's been so long since I watched it. I was like, is this in the movie or not?
Yeah.
no,
Eventually, it will be like you'll already have your own movie parts to it, with a Kubrick slant, because you'll associate it with the movie, and then you're just making your new parts, adding the new parts that weren't in the movie. That's how our brains work, I think.
Yeah, I'm
Just-
probably gonna reread it at some
duplicate.
point after watching the movie again,
Mhm.
which I'm gonna watch as soon as I'm done with the book, probably tomorrow.
Good night, Barbara Bartleson.
Good night, Barbara. Did you
Thank-
see Little's question?
What if self-aware AI has already manifested like a ghost in the machine and is a covert aggressor working us over? I've had that thought like when I was 17 or 18.
Hey, when I was a kid, I remember asking my mom, "Can the people on the TV see me?"
Yeah.
Because I was gonna change in the living room, and I'm like, "Can the people on the TV see me?" I was paranoid about it then.
Now a lot of them can. The smarts.
Yeah,
Yeah.
now a lot of them can.
Almost all iPhones can see who's looking at them.
Yep. When does Smell-O-Vision come out, Snork? That's really I'm eager for the Smell-O-Vision.
That
Because
was
then
in
you
the
could
movie.
then you could smoke pot with your friends and know what it smells like and stuff. You don't even have to share. You just be like, I'll send you a download, bro. Get ripped.
I believe that was in the movie Kentucky Fried Movie.
Yeah, man. Nice call.
Oh my god!
That's what you gotta
Snork's
watch.
a fucking
after.
goat, man. That's awesome.
It's like
Snork
such a
knows it
random
all. Like I call Snork my brain melter. Do you know why? Like,
He says things.
I've just
we've
heard
had
it.
we have
That is
stayed
an
up
old
late nights and had some crazy conversations. Snork and
Is
I.
Kentucky Fried Movie Lampoon dudes?
Yes.
Yeah.
No, it's not. I
No?
don't remember
Christopher-
who.
I thought it was like Christopher Guest maybe and that crew.
I thought
Might
it
not.
was the ones that eventually did Airplane.
Oh yeah, no, you're right. It might be that entirely different ensemble. What the fuck? The guy who he just died a few years ago, Leslie
Leslie Nielsen.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Surely you must be joking.
Phoenix, I have my original Game Boy,
I'm not
the
joking.
gray Game
Stop
Boy
calling
from
me
when I
Sherry.
was 10, the handheld, and I still have game cartridges that work. Like I have Tetris and I have the red Pokemon and a couple other different games, and they still work. My Game Boy, like I would. It may work. Like I know it still turned on last time I tried it, but I haven't put batteries in it or anything like that in a long time. But
That's weird. I was watching Leslie West on some like Lost festival. I want to say it was in Pennsylvania.
No, Peaches.
Or maybe it was in Indiana, but it was like a huge festival in the early 70s, like 71 or 72. And it was like Mountain and I think Traffic, a bunch of really good bands. And it was fucking huge, like Woodstock size. I want to say it was Pennsylvania. I have to think about that again. I got into a kick on that, like looking up YouTube, just festival footage. I just typed in festival footage to see what would come up, and there's all kinds of like fantastic stuff from the 60s and shit and 50s and folk festivals and just all kinds of fucking cool shit, man. It's hours of fun if you're into that kind of nerdy shit.
I am.
Me too.
My
Jenna
grandfather
Colby
used
wants
have-
to know if your neighbors snork.
Yeah, we're not.
Oh.
But
Yeah,
my
they resolved
grandfather
this.
had
They're not.
all of these reel-to-reel tapes. So like all the concerts they went to, they'd tape it, and
Yeah.
all of it got burned.
Oh, that's a drag. Right there.
Aw.
Dude, I know that feeling because I was on Grateful Dead tour and other tours and stuff in the 80s and 90s and recorded buttloads of shows, hundreds of hours, and had cases in the car with us at at Giant Stadium, and somebody smashed in the back window and stole all my cases. There was like 4 cases with like 300 tapes in each one, 150 each side,
Oh shit.
and they took all my tapes, and they were all first generation, fucking beautiful sounding tapes. And my Marantz tape deck, and they stole the Nakamichi shotgun mics.
What
Sad.
did Susan Sarandon do now? Ghost art.
I'm blaming Susan Sarandon.
Trending Susan Sarandon. Like, oh God, what now? What are they forcing us to like? Why are they putting her out there? What are they covering up?
Damn it, Susan.
What's the distraction?
Everything's survived.
Always think deeper. Always look past the trending. Always look past what they're putting in front of you. Look behind. Look around, and you usually will find
Drew
what
says
they're trying to hide.
Drew says I can be seen a few times in the Woodstock '99 documentary. I'm the little kid. You can't miss him,
Really?
Yeah.
Aw.
200,000 people there, but you can't miss them. All right. Well, I'm getting sleepy. I think it's time. Is it time?
Yeah.
Let's wrap
Yeah, I am too. I'm fading.
Snork, you're going to have to come back on and do another show with us because I always love it when you join the shows.
Yeah, we can talk about stuff.
All right.
That was fun.
I got some
Thank you.
things I have to do, but I'm trying to get well.
Yeah,
I
man.
also
Heal up.
Yeah.
Things ready for the fall. I got class coming up soon. So I make my students start off by building a little radar.
What kind of radar?
Well, it's
Sweet.
actually SODAR. A
So
whole bunch of radars going off in one little room wouldn't be good. So we actually use sound bouncing instead.
that's wild.
That's so cool.
But I think it gives them confidence in their first few weeks of being in school.
Sure.
Well, gosh, yeah.
You make a
How
functional
cool is that?
sonar device.
I know, right?
I'm
Like,
gonna
what?
make one.
I know.
I know.
I'm
Can
like,
we
that
can
looks
we have
cool.
online class
Do you
with
got
Snork?
kits?
I know.
Yeah,
That's what you
that's
should
fun.
do. You should have kits for things,
Yeah,
and you should.
I'm making
you-
stuff like kits right now. So like I work other teachers where I got other classes that work along with mine. And like right now I was just getting ready to put that into a kit that I can send to the other schools.
That's awesome.
Let's see them.
Say that. Great minds.
What about like making stuff with Raspberry Pis too?
Yeah, this is just simple stuff.
Because that's like accessible. It's like affordable for so many people, and you can make so much stuff out of it.
We use Arduinos because they're much cheaper, and I actually want them to burn some out. So if it was a $40 Raspberry Pi, you'd be kind of like, I want them to have confidence where,
Yeah.
hey, as a technician, you're going to burn some stuff up, and I actually make them burn up some different components so they get used to what it smells like when a component burns, so they can walk
Sure.
right into a room and immediately
Wow.
know, hey, I got this going.
That's slick.
So there's a new Arduino that's more powerful than the Arduinos or the Raspberry Pi. And I pull out some of the other things. Oh, do I have one?
That's exactly right, Kate. It was the Iola Festival. That's wild.
So we're also transitioning to other things. No, I don't have that here. But that I got to get my power supply done that I want to build for next year. And so I'm tired of just working with stuff like solar anymore. I think last time we tried this, we were on a different system.
I need
to live on that property. That's amazing.
I need a system of cooling my van because I have no air conditioner in my van. I need a system to cool it.
So it was Wisconsin?
So what is that, Snort?
Is that right, Kate? I'm sorry.
Air conditioner.
What?
That's an air conditioner?
No.
Air conditioner or a power supply.
What?
No.
I can only get a little bit of this a month.
What?
But it works in the dark.
Fucking
So,
nuts.
That's one of my next projects coming up. But I've been so unable to do anything the last few weeks.
So like a thing like that was the size of maybe a can of Coke would be enough to cool off the size of the van? Is that what
I would say if I put all the gear together, it'd be at least this size.
That's it?
At least it may be a little bit more. I mean,
Oh my God, I need that.
That's amazing.
You don't
To think
understand.
about-
I need that.
To think about how big, you know what I mean? You know how big a camper AC is, like, the extension one that goes on
They're
the roof.
so
or whatever.
expensive. We can't afford
They're
one.
expensive as fuck.
Well,
The van did
To
not
buy
come
a
with AC.
secondhand one, a cheap one was like $800. You know what I mean? That was like remanufactured.
I'm trying to see if I can actually, instead of a solar panel up on the top, have this up on the top and use this as a power supply, and the actual cooling of the van would be a part of it.
That's fucking crazy.
Hey, we will test
We
it
will
out.
we will gladly be your prototype testers.
It
That
takes a
would
lot
be
of power to move a van, though. My car takes, if I'm going 65, not speeding, I'm probably using over 12 to 15 kilowatts per hour.
Wow.
Probably 30. So it takes a lot of power. So you wouldn't be able to drive exclusively by something like this. This would be just an extra little power for your cooling systems or whatever.
Oh my gosh, that would be so cool. Oh my gosh, I would absolutely love that.
But yeah, I'll try to come on. I'm going to be on. I think I'll be on with Monotalk tomorrow about water again, probably.
Sweet.
Oh, awesome. Yeah, everybody make sure that you tune in when they did. I tried to get everybody on Steve's stream yesterday over to their stream, but they didn't get back to me with like a link or anything, like what channel they were doing it on. So I got a couple people over to do that. But everybody, if you're not on, I wish we need to have more subscribers on this channel, because then I can actually, once I get to 500 subscribers, then I can do the community posts, and I could be like, hey, everybody, we're going to be over here watching Mana Talk tonight,
Give
to
everybody
help
heads up.
promote them too.
Absolutely.
Because they do.
That's what we
Too
try to
bad
do.
you can't do that on Discord, where you could use Discord as the gathering place and then figure out where to go.
Yeah, you kind of can, but it's like hit or miss. Sometimes it works great, sometimes it's terrible. So I don't know. There's no consistency.
I mean, I will definitely post it to Twitter. Anybody who is following me on Twitter, I will definitely post when Mana and CV Redneckonomics, when they go on. We would love you guys to come over and support them. They're awesome. I brought Trish over there last night. She came over, and Vicky came over. So it was awesome. It was really awesome.
I guess I better start thinking about bedtime. My cat wants to go to bed.
Yeah.
All right. Well, thanks for hanging with us.
Leo's
It's been
like
a
on my
blast
lap,
talking
like,
to
Mom,
you.
I'm tired.
And the lovely Shelly, thank you for talking with us. And
Yep. My dog
and
passed
hanging.
out in bed.
Good night, Guinness. Good night, Snorky Skitty.
Finally. She was waiting for me to go to bed. She was getting salty.
She was like, come on now. I know Leo, before when we were calling for him, he was upstairs in the bedroom because Skyla went in there to get one of my chargers. So Leo must have snuck in there, and he was stuck in there. He was so excited to come out. And now he's on my lap. There he is.
Well, I made the mistake of thinking, oh, maybe if I do it in my living room, she has the bedroom all to herself. No, she wants me in the bedroom with her at night.
Aw.
Yeah, she doesn't like the living room.
Good night, John boy. Good night,
All
Mary
right, Mary Ellen.
Good night, Grandpa.
So good to see all of you. Phoenix, thanks for coming by. I hope you enjoyed our stream, and we'll subscribe if you haven't, and come back for more.
That's right.
You're part of a community here. You're just stuck with us.
Everybody tune in. Make sure you check out Poison Alice on the Twitters and the Lucky Burritos Art and Music.
Yes, and you should check out Steve Cutler Live.
Yeah.
Because Steve does awesome music streams. We need a thing.
And we put up lots of videos all the time. So we're trying to always put up
just
videos
for cuteness purposes.
all the time.
Here is a screen. This is a picture of Leo when he was just born. I was the first person to touch him. See, that's my hand.
Baby Leo.
I was the first person to hold him. He is 5 now.
Yes, he looks like a tiny baby otter or seal.
He was so tiny. Oh my goodness. And
normally Phoenix, we're on like Sundays, Thursdays, Wednesdays, Fridays, sometimes Saturdays.
I always do a Sunday
depends.
stream, usually a Sunday and Thursday. I usually do, but I've been filling in a couple more extra besides that. But Steve does also music streams, live music streams. A lot of fun. Oh, and here's the crazy guy that was screaming in the background. There he is.
I don't think I know any Incubus songs, but if there's ones that I should know, you should tell me. Because I'll try
this brat right here. Oh, he's such a stinker. He comes and visits sometimes too, but he can get like really moody.
Oh,
like suddenly, like
I have a question, Drew. You can freestyle. You can rap some. Do you know the rap to Clint Eastwood by the Gorillaz? Because we should do that. Because I cannot rap.
Here's Leo.
For fuck. To save my fucking poor white ass, I cannot. I have no.
And look, here's
no
cute
ability to do it. Well, I can't say no ability because I can play certain like songs that are fast and lots of syllables and be okay with it, but certain things just like completely fuck me up.
Oh yeah, here's a little thing for you. Here's a little commercial thing for Steve Cutler Live on YouTube. You just look up Steve Cutler Live. Actually, if you are on my channel, then he's the linked channel to mine.
That's right. Or go on the Twitters or the Instagrams or the Facebooks or whatever you got. We're all over the place.
And just for fun, because we love you all, I'm gonna play you guys an awesome song. Well, a dance, really, from Leo. Because Leo is the cutest bumblebee.
Used to think the world was flat. Really threw my hat into the crowd. I felt I had used up my quota of yearning. Used to looking on the children at night.
He's so cute.
He's ridiculous. He really is. Like, I mean, like it's an everyday thing. Like, he wakes up and he's just the happiest little shit. Like, he is just happy to see you, as if he wasn't sleeping at my feet all night or whatever, And he sleeps on his back with his feet in the air and his ass with
Balls
his
out,
nuts,
baby.
his nuts hanging out. You know, he's like, I'm proud. I'm proud of it. I got nutters.
He's straight free balling, and you know when he's sleeping too, because he's horizontal. He's just legs in the air.
Yeah,
balls
like
hanging out.
he's literally
and
like,
they're always
like
sticking
this.
out of the blanket too. Like,
That's all you see.
it's
Just his little butt, like his head is usually under the blanket, but all you see is his little butt, and he sleeps at the end of the bed, and he's so sweet. And he
yes,
wakes
finally, someone let me out of my cage.
And he wakes up in the morning, and like as soon as he realizes like mom's awake, mom's eyes are awake. It's like he hasn't seen me, like, you know. Oh my god,
Happy.
he is. He's
You
happy.
have sunshine. All right, we love you guys. We're getting punchy. Everything's getting silly. And,
We are gonna be having a show. What day is it today?
today is Thursday,
Thursday?
mostly. It's Friday now.
Probably.
Too late.
Well, there'll probably be something on Friday
There's
from
a good.
Steve.
There's
Maybe.
there's a potential for a Friday night, probably. thing.
If not, definitely Saturday after Roar Media does their show. Steve always usually does after party.
Almost always, usually, except sometimes, like Lee Camp.
And there will definitely be a Sunday show where Elle and I will go over the week's news and the crazy shit that you're not hearing about anywhere else.
That's right. And you probably have the Shelly yelling stuff at you too.
Yeah, sometimes.
And you never know. You could have Peaches screaming in the background the entire time.
Oh my gosh.
It'll be
I
magical.
Can't believe he was such a brat today.
Yes.
Oh my gosh. Like he gets in these moods and now he's now it's fine. Like it's like you never know with a parrot. You never know. You never know. Don't adopt a parrot.
All right. Settled. Drew and Miguel have handed me like 11 Incubus songs to learn.
Oh my gosh, really?
I guess I'll start to work on that. Yeah. And so long as we can get that Clint Eastwood rap down, because I can't speak the way that guy is talking. It's tricky. So with that, we bid you
In the meantime, check out
that being said,
luckyburrito.indiemade.com.
That's right.
Where there is the things that I make by hand.
That's right. And we also have a Give, Send, Go thingy if you want to help us stay afloat, because it's been fucking crazy for the last little while here.
Yeah, just
and,
trying to
we could use the help. If you got it, if you don't, just share this
keep
with
the
your friends.
lights on, doing some van repairs.
Leave a like, and be nice to each other. We love you.
Yeah, we do. All right. We'll see you guys all soon. I'm gonna play a little outro because we got a little outro. It's cute.
Play the outro.
We're gonna play it.
Take us home.
All right. Hang on, let me go back. We love you.
Peace out, Girl Scouts.
Hydro field cuts through my neighborhood. Somehow that always just made me feel good. And I can put a spare bulb in my hand, light up my yard. Late at night when the wires and the walls singing tune with the tin up, I'm conducting it all while I sleep to light this whole town.
I thank you. My Leo thanks you. My Lucky thanks you.
Thank you.
My Skylar thanks you. My Bonkers thanks you. My kitty cat thanks you. Ever thanks you. Sweetie thanks you. Peaches thanks you. Everybody thanks you. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you.